All right. I believe we are a fully operational battle station. Hit that number 1 in the chat box if I sound okay. Audio-wise, that is. Kevin, good morning from, as always, Lakeland, Florida. Mark, Adrian, Bruce. Chris, good morning. Bruce, am I remember right? You were not around last week, or am I wrong about that? Again, if I could get a few more ones, that would be great, just to make sure that I do indeed sound okay. Thanks, Kevin. No, okay, all right. I thought I was like, seeing your name, I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing Bruce last week. Okay. Bags on hand. Good morning. Good morning. All right, I'll assume that I do indeed sound okay, and I won't worry about it. Well, quite the morning so far. Quite the, I guess I should say more so, quite the weekend. Quite the, what was that, Saturday night? And then, but really it doesn't seem like the market cares that much at all. There was that gap down on Sunday evening. And then from there, it's just kind of been a slow and steady grind back up. You can't hear? Can anybody confirm that you can you hear me? Because Desanya, I can't hear this guy. What do you mean? Can people hear me? Okay, yeah. Then everyone else can hear me. Not sure what to tell you. There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm not quite sure then why the one guy can't hear me. Since I'm new, the new affect anyone stocks. Well, first off, Adrian, that we're looking at futures. This is futures trading here. But stock-wise, from like a long-term perspective, I mean, not really. There's a gap down, but the market is, been basically working its way back upwards. Hey, as a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure to hit that like button. If you've never been here before, it's great to have you. Welcome. No need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy this or not. But if you've been here before, you know you're going to enjoy. And then make sure to hit that like button. Posen Motors. Those are the tickers I'm looking at. Cool. Well, Posen Motors, we are not day trading stocks here. Those things are all, if I'm right, I think those are a bunch of small caps. Small caps, very, very inefficient, very poor way to go about day trading. Mathematically speaking, very poor way. You're taking on way too much risk. You're not using your capital very wisely. You're trading things that don't move as good as futures. So just kind of an FYI that the small caps, low floats, all that sort of stuff. I know it sounds crazy for me to say those things don't move that well, but compared to futures, it's true. They just don't move that well. Tell that to what? Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Notice I didn't say you can't make money in those other things. I just said you're going about things inefficiently. So that's great. That's great. You have Lambos, but you'd have more if you were day trading futures. Is my point, because you're working inefficiently. Oh, that was a video of you, Ahmed. I didn't realize that was a video of you. The one you made like $10 on it. I need to get my verbiage together. Oh, you meant futures. Yeah, the market, yeah, there was a gap down. So this was the open back here at 6 p.m. Gap down. So it was a big gap down, but even after that, worked its way back up pretty quickly. And then since then, has just been, slowly recovering. And we're now right there. Oh, 510? Okay. Maybe something in the video was cut off. I thought I saw you make 10. Good. Well, I'm glad there was a 5 in there. Congratulations. Good job. All right, we've pulled back to the 21 EMA. You having a good day, Jim? I like to hear that. Fantastic. Posen not okay. Posen is not listening, so we'll move on from him. Never once did I say penny. I said small caps, low floats, and then he says I'm not trading pennies. Yeah, well, I never said you were trading pennies. So, anyways, he's not here to listen. He's here to apparently argue. So we will move on from that. Bags on hand, looking for continuation on pullback. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. In fact, I might be looking at a trade here. All right. Okay, I'm not sure what any of that has to do with the fact that you were not listening to me. I never once said you were trading pennies, and you're like, I'm not trading pennies. Well, I never said you were trading pennies. Hey, man, do whatever you want to do. I said my 2 cents. If you want to work inefficiently, go for it. Your Discord gives me confidence and more insight. Thank you, Ahmed. I wish more people would take that at face value, but too many people are like, I'm not paying for a Discord. Okay. But there we go. I appreciate you sharing that. Passed my account today, now to get another one started up. Good job, Evil Shaddix. Good job. Congratulations. Again, Posen, I don't care. The argument is not that you can't make money doing what you're doing. The argument is you're not operating efficiently. That's the argument. But if you want to work inefficiently, fine, go for it. Go for it. No problem. For anybody that is here, we day trade futures because day trading futures is the most efficient. Well, day trading futures through a prop firm. Mathematically provable, the most efficient way to go about trading. So keep in mind, I'm not saying it's the only way to make money. It's the efficient way. It's the most risk-wise way to go about it. Hence the efficient part. You can always tell who's not listening because then they'll come back and say, well, I made money. I was like, well, I never said you couldn't make money. I said you're working inefficiently. I will try to get long at that green line. I'd rather take smaller positions on. No, I guarantee you're not taking. Yeah, what's a small position for you? Never mind, you're not going to listen. Okay, cool. All right, looking to see if this wants to come up to the green line and see if we can get a push up through there. Nice little tight stop. We'll see if it wants to try to make a bounce back upwards. Yeah, again, you're illustrating exactly why I keep trying to tell you that day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about it. Because if you can do 10K, then I mean, you could have maximum leverage with about $1,200 at risk. $1,200. Because this is what you could do. You could go to the prop firm that I'm using that I recommend right here. All right, never mind. He's never mind. All right. I don't know why I keep saying that. Do your thing. Do your thing. You got it all figured out. Go for it. I said my 2 cents. Still waiting to see if this wants to pop back up. Sharon Worthy Boy. Tell you what, Sharon. What are you looking for me to tell you? All right, well, I've been waiting to see if it wants to give me some sort of confirmation of strength going back up, but as we've seen, it's just dropped, so no entry points yet. I don't know what I started to say, Sharon. If you want to remind me, I don't know, give me like a general idea, then I potentially can revisit it, but I literally don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So all I was saying is this. I think this is what you meant is, somebody was talking about, well, I don't want to lose 10, I'm using 10K. I wish I didn't have to use so much capital. Okay, well, if you did a prop firm, so the prop firm that I'm using that I recommended, and again, this person was like, I don't, we'll just assume the numbers are true, but they mentioned 10,000. So whether or not that's true, I don't know. Obviously in the chat box, anybody can say anything. But with prop firms, you could have up to 5 accounts. So right here, you could have, you could get yourself 5 and then the purchasing power 150K. So you could get yourself 5 of those for 252. So 252 times 5, the total capital at risk, the total capital required is $1,260. So that is your risk. Because if you go and blow up your accounts, all you do is you lose the account itself, meaning your only risk is what you paid for the account. So if you get 5 of those because you're allowed to have up to 5, then that's what you could do. And you can also copy trade. But right here, let's just look at the NQ and let's look at, I don't want to get too crazy. So right here, there's a breakout. So this breakout goes from, let's just call it 50, and I'll err on the side of caution, up here to 75. So that's 15 points. So the way futures work is this. On NQ, 1 point equals $20. Okay? 1 point equals $20. So let's do some quick math on that. So 12.6, you've got to remember that. And then that moved 15 points. So this little candle here, that one candle in 2 minutes moved, we're saying conservative, 15 points. So 15 points times $20 per point equals $300 per contract. Well, how many contracts does this account here get you? Well, you could go up to 15 of these contracts, but we won't do 15. Let's just say 10. So let's say they had 10. So this is per contract, so that means we have to multiply this times 10 because we had 10 contracts. So that's $3,000. But this is also only on one account. Remember back here we said, well, because of the prop firm, because of something called copy trading, you can have 5 accounts and then you can make one trade and copy it to your other accounts. So, and again, under the math, this person had 5 accounts. So they purchased 5 accounts. So now we need to make this, because this was just per account. Now we need to multiply this times 5 for 5 accounts. So that's $15,000 right there. This candle right here could have been a $15,000 gain. And again, what was their risk? What was the capital required? Again, this person was complaining about, I wish I didn't have to use so much capital. Well, again, the capital required for that, we'll go back and revisit, was because they needed 5, or they wanted 5 accounts. And, again, with their numbers, if small for them is $10,000, again, we're just assuming that's true, well, then they can easily afford 5 accounts at $252. So, again, 5 accounts at $252 each, $1,260 capital required. And then for that very modest trade right here, that could have been $15,000. So, and again, I was trying to keep it conservative. They could have gone up to 15 contracts. Had they been at 15, that's an even bigger gain. But I'm just saying 10. So that's what I mean by some people, if they want to work inefficiently, that's fine. If they want to take on more risk, fine. But I mean, that whole entire sequence, your entire risk is $1,260 because that's the cost of the accounts. So I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's what I was going to see or going to say. Oh, the bot attack guy's back. Wow, he was here early. So I guess they're still upset. You're still upset, huh? This guy holds a grudge for a long time. That's very sad. Most of these people in this chat, no, oh, I love when people just speak for everybody in the chat. Could you get any more ignorant than that? Wait, this is the guy that, I thought you were done, you said sorry for bothering you, and you continue to blow up the chat. Yes, yes, you got it all figured out. You know what everybody else in the chat is. Yeah, you're good. Says the guy that's using $100,000, $10,000 when he could be using 1,000. All right, yeah, this guy's gotta go. Obnoxious, good grief. All right, he's gone. When you show up and speak for the entire chat, that's where the kind of intellectual humility tends to go out the window, and it's hard to just it's hard to converse with somebody that's, I don't know. I think they think a little, those likes could be legit. No, they're not legit. It's a bot attack. We've had it happen on and off. If you lose that money, Melissa, if you lose that money, nope, you don't have to pay it back. Nope, that's the nice thing about the prop firm. Clay, I blew up my 50K account Friday, and it cost me personally $33.40. Yeah, exactly. The power of prop firms. Cal, morning, signed up for you and use your code. Hey, thank you, Cal. I appreciate it. My kids will eat tonight. If you want my kids to eat tonight and you want to get in a Pam's plant, code Clay. What is Pam's plant? Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. There's Pam's plant. I was not prepared yet. But Pam's plant is just an argument, if you're new to the stream, that I preach around here. It's actually the core goal of the stream, to make people aware of this, because way too many people are not aware. And they're stuck day trading stocks or day trading options or day trading crypto when they don't actually have to be. But yes, Pam's plant. Pam's is just the argument to why day trading futures is awesome. I'd say the biggest reason for most people is that pattern day trading rule. That's very, very annoying within the world of stocks and options. It doesn't exist. You get unlimited day trades every day. And then plant is just the argument to why you would want to day trade futures through a prop firm. So if you hear me refer to Pam's plant, that is what is being referred to as the stream continues. But there we go. So before I had to ban him, the guy is showing, again, who knows if these numbers are true, but his complaint is, I really don't like how, I have to do like a minimum $100,000 for futures. It's like, well, I don't know why, again, but the whole point is you don't get to complain about that and then not be aware apparently of Pam's plan and then accuse the chat of not knowing what they're doing when, so anyways. Trade futures. I'm long Clay. Okay, well, let's look up. Did he actually map out his trade plan? Let's see. Trade futures. I tried to tell him last week to give us things ahead of time. So let's scroll back up. Did he give us his trade plan before the price got there? Uh-oh, trade futures. Still not seeing it. Nope. Come on, man. I told you last week. I'm long Clay. No, we need your entry price, your stop, and your target all before the price gets those levels. Tell me a good platform. Well, I don't know what a good platform would be. As far as the prop firm that I'm using that I recommend, that's Take Profit Trader. The link or the link's at the top of the screen. But I cannot tell you a good platform because I have no idea what you're trying to do. I have no idea what your goals are, anything like that. Good morning, Clay, and all. Hope you had a good weekend. Yes. Did get outside. Was outside last night, actually. Met our plumber and our builder over at our property site, planning out the final parts of the pole barn because we're having a bathroom out there and kitchen. So just making sure the plumber is putting everything where it makes the most sense. I'm using Tradovate, Fabio. I'm using the prop firm that I'm using is Take Profit Trader. So the way that it works, what I'm doing is you would first go to Take Profit Trader, the link at the top of the screen. You would pick the purchasing power. And then after that, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. The one that I'm using that you see here is Tradovate. Reason I was asking is because I read in conditions of Tradovate, do you understand you could owe your... Yeah, Melissa, but we're going through a prop firm. What you're assuming that you're using Tradovate to trade your own cash, Melissa. We are talking about Pam's plant, Melissa, which is day trading. Which is day trading futures. And then here's the point that you're missing, Melissa. Through a prop firm. This is the key. Through a prop firm. If you are new, then definitely don't just go and trade futures. Because they move and they can move very quickly. Yes, the way the prop firm works, that's why it's a great risk management tool. Is your actual risk is only the cost of your account, which at most would be, $250. I'm new and gotcha, Melissa. Well, when you're ready to put some skin in the game, by far the smartest way to put some skin in the game would be through a prop firm. All right. Looking here, I'm wondering, did I really miss a trade? But I don't think I did. I mean, it's easy for the hindsight to voice to be like, oh man, I got distracted and I would have bought like right there. Really? Would I have done that, Clay? Or are you just saying that now because you see that with hindsight confirmation bias, the price went up? I don't think there was ever really... I mean, maybe there could have been with a stop down below the pink line right there, which is the overnight high, but I'm not quite sure. So I don't think I really missed anything going through all that. Good questions, though. I appreciate the questions. If this wants to consolidate out here a little bit, I could see myself maybe getting interested in a long. But right now, this kind of just seems like almost a FOMO chase if I were to buy right now. Well, I don't know. If you're, it depends how you define the ORB strategy. If you define that as just wait 15 minutes, see where the high is, see where the low is, and then you just buy the break to the high or you short the break to the low. No, I don't use that as a strategy. That's not a strategy. I mean, it is a strategy, but it's not going to be a consistent one. And I'm not saying that you think it is, Kyle, but all I'm saying is that unfortunately trading is a little more difficult than that. Waiting for 15 minutes to go by, say, okay, there's the high of the 15 minutes, there's the low of the 15 minutes, and now if it comes up here, I'm just going to buy. Or if it comes down here, I'm just going to short. Now, that can work. I'm not saying it can't work, but is that going to be a consistently profitable strategy? It's not. It's not. Unfortunately, trading is going to be you got to put a little bit more thought into trading that. Trading, I would argue, does not need to be rocket science, but that would also be a little bit too simplified of a way to go about it. Hey, Will, good morning. We'll give it a try with some MNQs here. Looking to get long at that green line. Looking for it to push up to these highs. I don't like it now. If this comes down and then comes back up, I'll take it. Would have been filled. Yeah, yep, okay. I would have been filled, so this is somewhat of a paper trade in the sense of had I left my order out there, what would have happened? Right now, I'd be feeling very good about it because it would have filled me and then come right back down. But we'll see how this continues to play out. Again, if you are here and thinking, man, look at it, we are under a bot attack right now. So, I guess the guy is still upset. His ego is still hurt. Hey, Bart. I'm still not quite sure how how is it like supposed to hurt though? Like how is does anybody know? Like what's the theory of a bot attack? So he's driving up my likes. He's driving up my views. Like, what's the theory on how this is supposed to like damage? How'd your day go, Lance? She spent what I'd allow her to spend, Kyle. Yeah, she's going to have to. She gets it, but she doesn't quite get it. But you can never start too young. I explained. Just because you get money doesn't mean you get to spend every penny of it. In the world, you gotta, you gotta budget out your money. So she has a very primitive understanding of budgeting. But yes, she went to Walmart, and instead of getting to pick out usually only one thing, I let her pick out 3 things. So her brother and sisters were like, huh, how come Kit got all that? I said, did you forget about the live stream? Oh, yeah, that does make sense. But yes, thank you again to everybody that donated or that gave for Kit's birthday. That was hilarious. Unexpected, but very kind of everybody. One of my favorite moments so far on the live stream. All right, we'll see. Like I said, if this wants to come down a little bit more than return back up, I would be interested in a potential long. I'm also a little worried. Are we entering now into just some big old chop fest? Not necessarily a chop fest, but just kind of the channel. We have this white line here, which represents the high of the day. We have the pink line right here, which represents the overnight high. So is this just going to be one of these things now where we kind of just back and forth for the next few hours? I guess we'll see. Nobody knows that, but I don't know. That's seeming like it could be a credible possibility. You can get shadow banned for look bodying, but YouTube has mechanisms around it as long as you. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like I'll report this, and I've been in communication with YouTube already. And they're like, yeah, sorry. Well, thanks for letting us know. So yeah, I don't know. It's it is what it is, I guess. I don't even know about shadow ban. I think YouTube would just be like, just flat out tell you, hey, what are you doing? But either way, yeah, they're aware out. And the nice thing is, it takes all of 15 seconds to report. So. That's always good. And we'll try the tread line break. Gonna try to get long at the green line so we can push through the tread line, then get a little bit more continuation. Got a clear stop right there, so risk about $100 on it. So looking to play a breakout or get out. So looking to get long at the green line. Stop will be the low right here. Again, just the idea of this thing either needs to break out and keep moving, or if it wants to pull back, then I'm going to get out. So breakout or get out is what I like to call these. But step 1 is it's got to break out some more and actually fill me at that green line. So it did break the trend line, but like I said, I wanted a little bit more evidence that the breakout was true. And I've just, I've decided that green line is kind of where I'd be convinced that the breakout has a legitimate chance of moving. Or of continuing. All right, well, hit the green line. Did not fill me, though. Back down it goes. See if it wants to go back up there. But, whew. All right, well, I'm grateful. It seems like it hit that green line. It didn't. It looks like it, but did not fill me. I don't know. I think, Mark, the media just exaggerates things. Like, just because you bomb another country doesn't necessarily mean you're at war with them. I mean, the other country can say a bunch of stuff and... No, to be fair, if Iran does attack like a U.S. base or something like that, I'm sure the markets will drop. But right now, Iran hasn't done anything for... I mean, yeah, they're still shooting back at Israel, but... Yeah, I just don't think that the big money really cares that much. But yeah, overall, things are a bit crazy out there. which I would still say is still, I mean, right now, if there is ever like just a macroeconomic environment that was a good, just natural sales pitch for prop firms, like now is that time. Like, I think people are pretty crazy if you're trading like this market with your own money, because all it takes is one bomb, or all it takes is one Trump tweet or something. And I mean, yeah, stop losses are good, but if something crazy happens, there's a whole lot of slippage that can occur, and it can be, a real money account could be down thousands of dollars just like that. Whereas as prop firm traders, yeah, it's annoying when you lose an account, you blow up an account, but when you look at just the numbers and realize that, the lost account is actually only a couple $100 at most, compared to a couple thousand or a couple more than that, even more than a couple $1,000. Like I said, I think right now is there's no better time to be in a prop firm than, these sorts of crazy markets. Because I do agree, it is crazy out there. The Trump tweet market, I did a podcast on that a couple weeks ago. And that was my argument. Like, I don't know, you're kind of crazy to be using your own money in this sort of market. Like, I would be very nervous. I'm very grateful that prop firms exist right now because, I mean, think about it. We're looking at what looks to be a nice potential breakout. It could break out. It could be starting to go, and then Trump tweets something. It could be ba-boom. Well, still just waiting here. But yeah, some people, they don't want to do the... Well, I think a lot of people here do use prop firms already, and I know we have a couple newer people to them, which is great. Still at the 100% win rate. Everybody that has gone and tried Pam's Plant, that stumbled on the live stream, has listened to why Pam's Plant is the most efficient way to go about day trading, have gone and tried, come back and said, oh yeah, futures are way better. Yep. In fact, Cal, I don't remember if they were trading something else, but I know Cal just got their first account today. Use code Clay, which is always great to hear. Still waiting. Seeing if it wants to get up through that green line. Although it did drop down quite a bit. I've been kind of waiting for a while. How'd that pork board? Good. I don't have a lot of baseline, so I don't know if it was like good. With the kids ate. By the way, I'm very scared. Like, it was a pretty big pork belly. And like, as a family, we almost took out the whole thing. We didn't. We did have leftovers, but I mean, my oldest of 6 kids is only 13. So we only have one teenager. Yet as a family, we almost took out this big old pork belly. Although, to be fair, and my wife did make a good point, we didn't have a whole lot of sides. So she's like, well, that's the point of sides. We just have a lot going on right now, so we didn't have any like fillers. I'm like, okay, that does make me feel better, because if we're going through this amount of meat and we only have one teenager, yet we have 6 kids, we're going to go bankrupt. But we will. We'll have more fillers in the future to help fill up the tummies and not make it just be meat. At first, I was interested in penny stocks, but that takes some serious money to make a lot. Someone did try to talk to me. Oh, that's right. Yeah, someone tried to that's right. Yep, I remember that. Yeah, someone tried to talk you into options, but it seems complicated. And yes, options is definitely complicated. Money, just not pulling trigger yet. Melissa, I think you might be missing a word in there. Money, just not pulling trigger yet. Futures seem to make more sense. I'm trying to know. Yeah, I know, Calvin. And what the important thing that you're doing with the $119 is you have skin in the game now. It's only $119, but it is still skin in the game. And when you have skin in the game as a trader, you get to meet some unique voices. That's why demo trading, simulator trading, whatever you want to call it, where you have zero skin in the game, I'm not saying it's totally worthless. Not at all. But it's still not the same, because you don't have any skin in the game. And you've got to have a little bit. But the good news is you don't need a lot of skin in the game to start to meet voices. But yeah, Cal, you're going to start to, I don't know if you've made any trades yet, but yes, once you start to trade, you're going to notice, okay, who's this voice? What's this all about? $5, those kids keep you broke. Well, I'm trying to, yes, just use code Clay. That's all I can say. So for my grocery budget, please just use code Clay. That's all I can say. That is the running joke around here, by the way, just as an FYI. I've had somebody got really upset that they're like, I would never exploit my kids to try to make money through a bit. I'm like, I'm not exploiting them. Somebody else started the joke, so we've just run with the joke. So sometimes people be like, hey, Clay, I just bought your kids a pizza. Just use your code 3 times. You know? Or, hey, Clay, just bought your kids some ice cream. Use code Clay. So it's an ongoing joke. So I do understand, though. Without context, it can sound like, man, this guy's kind of brutal. He's straight up trying to monetize his kids. All right, well, we'll see how it behaves at the purple line if it wants to pull back there. But as of now, this trend line continues to hold steady, hold strong. Placed a limit short at 22.05. 22.0. Oh, so way up there. Yeah, I'd like to see some sort of resemblance of a bounce, but right now, just kind of waiting to see how it wants to behave as it pulls back. So we'll have to see. Starting to look a little toppy on the 30-minute. Yeah, but I'm still wondering, like I said earlier, is this just going to be some big old kind of, are we entering into this like a chop zone? Top of the channel here, bottom of the channel here, and is it just going to be, I mean, there's still money that can be made in sort of, up and down things, so I'm not saying it's impossible to make money, but if you are someone that's trying to play continuation and try to play momentum, that sort of situation is going to be a chop fest for you. We're starting to crab. All right, I guess this is the crab formation here. $21 EMA on 5-minute has been solid. Oh, it has, yeah. Now I'm getting a little antsy. I'm getting the live stream the shakes. In my mind, the voice just showed up and said, "Hey Clay, the live stream's been going on almost 38 minutes. You haven't made a trade yet. You better get something on." So that's the voice I'm currently dealing with. The live stream voice. Not that I seek pity. Nobody is forcing me to do a live stream, so that's not my goal. Or I seek no one's pity, just explaining that there is another voice that I've chosen. Go 5 NQ right now, flip a coin. That's actually, I would say that's probably the smartest thing I've heard all day. Well, no, I disagree. Almost the smartest thing. You throw a 1 in front of that 5, now we're talking. 15 NQ right now, flip a coin. I really think that's, like I said, probably the smartest thing I've heard all day. Bart wants me to do it. He don't care. Bart's one of these guys that's like, just blow up your account. Do it for the live stream. Make or break a test account in one trade. Well, I couldn't make it on this one because, okay, we got ooh, boy. Right at the 50. Watching the 5-minute over here. Kind of curious. How does it behave if it comes down to that green line right there, which is the 21 EMA? You can see last time it was at the 21 EMA. Did a good job of holding strong. So that's what I'm curious about as I look off screen. I think you should do it, Travis. 15 NQ. Let us know how it turns out. If we lose 70, where's 70 at? Oh, we already lost 70. For a 10-point scalp down to 60? No, I can see that. Well, I don't know. What's the 21 EMA at? I don't know. That assumes that it breaks down below the 21 EMA in the 5-minute. I don't know if it can do that. Oh, you're waiting. Okay, well, so you're risking the 10-point move happening before it ever closes. Gotcha. Well, Mark's comment, I think we're not quite there yet, but Mark's comment explains how, or shows how trading can be hard. Because there is the 10 points, but Mark was like, no. We got to wait for this candle to close. Well, by waiting for that candle to close, he basically already missed out on the 10 points. So, hey, welcome to the challenging world of trading. Do you wait for the candle to close? Do you not wait for it to close? I guess I don't think it hit 10 technically, but close enough. Close enough. But yeah, that is one of the great debates, one of the great considerations. Do you wait for the candle to close, or do you just hop right in? Mark said, no, we got to let this thing close first. Then he missed out on the trade. He missed out on his 10 points. Why can't trading just be more black and white? Trade in the wicks. I'm still waiting for one of your trade plans all mapped out ahead of time. That would be so helpful because then we could really see what your strategy actually is. All right, Mark is short from 65. Maybe a back test up here to the purple line for a short. Clay, you made 2 bands today. I don't know what a band is. What's a band? What's a band? I admire your extreme patience. Well, if only I always had extreme patience. I swear, some of you are like, I'm just not cool. Like I don't even know what band. I hear band and I'm like, oh, like a rock band or a marching band. Oh, you trade? Yeah. I only day trade futures. Everything else compared to day trading futures is like watching paint dry. Day trading futures is by far the most efficient way. Good job, Mark. So he's saying, you made 2 bands. Why not? Because, man, I'm a live streamer now. I said I'd be here at 11 a.m. I got to be here. Bart. That's why I can't hop off. I said I'd be here. And that's why I'm also just trading MNQs. Well, that was quite the move down. What would that stop be? Here is 31, 40. Okay. Not really. I actually got distracted. I meant to drop the band hammer on you, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if you get obnoxious again or not. But I'm watching, Versace. I'm watching. How did all these people know what a band is? Like, am I that old, or like, am I like I never heard of such a thing? Is this like futures lingo or what? Gallenho, hello. Oh, it's street lingo. Gotcha. I guess I just think I didn't think Bart. I would not have associated him with like he's like on the streets type of guy. I just came in. Are you in short? I'm in nothing. If I was in something, the way the platform works, one of these numbers would be changing. It'd be fluctuating around, so I'm in nothing. I've tried to get into things a few times, but I just have not. Where's my first? I think here. Is this when the live stream started? Yeah, right around here. Okay, yeah. Right around here, I was looking to try to get long, but I wanted to see some confirmation of it pushing up. Never did. Dropped. And then, yeah, I was trying up here. Not to pat myself on the back because I do a lot of dumb things. And I've been wrong. But here was a very good decision on my part to not just buy the trend line. I wanted a little bit more confirmation. Never gotten any confirmation of that. So, therefore, that was another attempted trade. But I didn't get confirmation, which was good, though, because there was no breakout. It rolled back over. And now here we are. Hey, Judd. I think you're from the streets, Bart. I mean, if you know what a band is, I mean, you're asking me if you're up band. Like, you're straight up in the streets, man. Bart is straight up like a gangster or something. I don't know. Bart hangs with Capo. I don't know who Capo is. Ooh, this is looking a little spicy for maybe a short. I don't like the overnight. I don't like shorting right at this area, though. So I'm going to have to pass on that. Paul speaks tomorrow, and Wednesday should be some... Oh, and Wednesday. Yeah, things should get pretty spicy. That's true. If Paul is speaking, but I may look for a long here. That will buy. I got a clear-cut stop right there. So a little over $100 I'm risking. I love trading news. Okay, well, see, that's what I mean, Bart. Don't call yourself a trader. Just say, I love gambling news. That's what you should say, Bart. Because you give the rest of us a bad name. You make... Like you're the reason why when I tell people you're a trader, they're like, oh, didn't you know that's gambling? I'm like, well, it can be gambling, but oftentimes people call trading gambling, like you just did. So just be honest. Well, you were partially honest because at least you put gambling in parentheses. But let's just move that phrase to being fully honest. Just say, I love gambling news. That way you make no claim about being a trader at all. And then you protect the rest of us from having to sit there and explain to people, well, yes, some people like Bart do gamble, but just because people like Bart gamble doesn't actually mean that the markets are gambling. It doesn't mean that the markets are like a casino, like a slot machine. You know what I'm saying, Bart? So let's take that partial, transparency and let's just make it fully transparent. Rephrase that to I love gambling news. And that would be, I'd have zero problem with that statement because if you were to go and tell friends and family that you love gambling news, then nobody's going to walk away from that comment thinking that you're a trader. They're going to walk away thinking that you're a gambler, which is what you are by admission. Has anybody else been there? Or let me put it this way, you don't even like to tell people you're a trader because then they just look at you like you're some sort of like degenerate gambler and that like, has anybody been there? I can't, when people ask me, I just say, yeah, I invest in real estate and do stuff in the markets. That's just what I tell people. All right, if anything, I'm thinking about maybe getting short here. And I am finally in a trade, short. Looking to try to get a breakdown through this area. I think I FOMO'd into this one a little bit too much. I definitely did. We'll give it a chance, but that was not a good trade. Especially with 5NQ. I mean, today's a pretty volatile day, so 5NQ can add up quite quickly in both directions. We hit people because of people like Bart. Thank you, Bart. Are you a bot, Santosh? Santosh, please type ABC in the chat. ABC. This is a trick we've learned to identify bots. A bot is not going to be able to do that. It's just going to keep spewing nonsense. Okay, I'll put my stop right there. Either break down or get out. But yeah, this was not a good trade at all. And I deserve to take a loss here, assuming I take a loss. Now, then Santosh, I have no idea what you're talking about Bart. Are you spamming for somebody? Hello, Clay from Taiwan. Oh, that's cool. All right, out there for a loss. I tell people I buy and sell candles. That's probably a good way of putting it. I took short at open on Sunday night, 10 MNQ, and it ripped to 900 profit in 10 seconds. Okay, Joseph, so that was just a pure unadulterated gamble. Because I watched out open on Sunday, and oh boy, it was everywhere. I'm glad it worked out in your favor, though. No. If you trade news, that's not a trade. That is literally gambling. Because you have no, like, it could go spike in either direction. Like, that is the epitome of gambling, Bart. So just tell people you gamble on news. Like I said, I don't have any problem if people say I gamble the news. Okay, because, again, if you were to say that to just like the normal person that you meet on the street, then they're not gonna equate you with being a trader. They're just gonna equate you with being a gambler, because that's what it is. If you're gonna trade the news, no, you're gambling the news. Hey, Gallon Ho, if your question is that important, $5 super chats. But there's no need to copy and paste your same question within back-to-back messages apparently. Exactly, Willie G. Not to mention, nobody knows how the market's going to take the news. That's one of those things where even if you had inside information and you knew what the news was, the vast majority of the times, you still don't know how the market will react to that news. Because if you've been around long enough, I'm sure you've had those moments where you look at news and you're like, oh, that is good. And then you look at the price action and it's doing the exact opposite. Or you look at news and you're like, oh man, that is not good at all. And then you look at the price action and it's going like straight up. So that's where news really is a gamble. Now, sure, there's like there's some, like if you had inside information that some stock like officially has cured cancer, okay. Pretty safe to assume that the market is really going to like that news and it's going to go up. But like a lot of things, even if you knew what the news was, there's still that component of, yeah, but how's the market going to react to the news? So that's why I say news is just totally a gamble. Again, I don't have any problem with people. If you want to trade the news, but don't call it trading. You're gambling the news. You are a gambler at that moment in time. Yeah, Ronald, see that? Yeah, I think you just hang around for enough time as a trader, and you'll eventually, come across one of those moments where you're like, oh man, that news is a train wreck, and then you look and the price is like skyrocketing to the moon. Short at 60-40, 10, 5 point stop, 10 point. All right, Trading Diego, I appreciate it. Nothing but respect. Well, I think you gave that all ahead of time. All right. Hope it works out for you. You are absolutely wrong. Market always reacts to news. Well, no. I agree. I agree, Gonzo. The market reacts to news. My point is nobody knows what direction the reaction is going to be. That's my point. But yeah, we fully agree. Maybe I didn't explain myself clearly, but yeah, Gonzo, we are in agreement. News does indeed, create reactions in the market. The market reacts to news. Fully agree. But what direction is the reaction going to be? That would be the difference. That's my point that I'm trying to hammer home. Why are you botting views? I'm not botting views. We're under a bot attack now, as I say about 100 times a live stream. Always have a stop loss simple. Well, it's not so simple, Opium. Because if a tweet comes out or news comes out or something happens, there's this thing called slippage. And slippage can kick a stop loss in the face. So no, it's not quite that simple. Also, 10 out of 11 times it goes up and you can make easy money on news. Really? 10 out of 11 times. You have discovered the Holy Grail. All right, then. I mean, my only question is like, how many beachside how close are you? How high up in the Forbes net worth are you? Are you like just behind Elon or Bezos or what? That's it? You only made $30,000? That seems kind of small for somebody that has discovered that out of every news, out of 11 times, 10 of those times it'll go up. Seems like you should be up way more than $30,000. Yeah, it seems like you should be up well more than 150K. Like that seems very, very small for you to have a situation where like out of 11 times, 10 of those times it's going up. I just started this year. Yeah, my point doesn't change. It seems like you should be up well more than that. Like way more than that. Yeah, again, 5 months ago, you should be up way more than just that. If 10 out of every 11 of something is a winner. I mean, what kind of win rate is that? Let's do some quick math here. 10 divided by 11. Yeah, I mean, if you're at a 91% win rate and it's that easy, then you should be able to YOLO and those numbers should be going ba-boom. Like I said, Opium, something's not checking out. For you to have a 91% win rate strategy, I mean, think about that, 91%. Like you should be able to be like, all right, like you said, you're up 150K. So your next trade might as well just be like at least 100K because you got a 91% chance that it's going to work out. Again, I'm just using your words. What did you say earlier? Yeah, you said you can make easy money. I mean, if it's easy money, how are you only up 150K? Like if it's easy, like shouldn't you be up like 1.5 million at least? It does most of the time. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. According to you, it's 10 out of 11 times. Of course. Hey, Gallon, what did I tell you earlier, Gallon Ho? You've been doing this on several live streams, so I'm trying to be plenty patient with you, but like you're kind of pressing things. What did I tell you earlier? Ooh, kind of like that tick chart. Hey, Anthony, good to see you. How much money are you up trading? Enough to make it worth my time. Again, Opium, that's good for you. I'm just confused by your claims. You claim that out of every 11 news releases, 10 of them will go up. So I'm just not quite sure how you're only up 150K. Gallon Ho, okay, maybe you stepped away. Last time, Gallon Ho, I am doing my best to get to questions, but a very quick way for me not to answer your question is if you spam it several times. If you have a question that's very pressing, I promise I'll get to it immediately with a $5 super chat. That is the benefit of a super chat from that angle. If you have a question and it's really pressing, it's really important to you, then just do a $5 super chat. But the way for that, which seems like it's very important if you're going to spam it several times in the chat. So that's all I'm saying is a great way for me to not address your question is if I just see it spammed over and over and over and over again. If it's that important, $5 super chat. But hey, if you don't want to do the $5 super chat, that's totally cool. But you got to be a little patient and just let me work down to your question. No other questions then. I don't know what that means. Nor did I say no questions. I just said, if you ask a question, just let me work down to it. I'm trying to get to every message. So I can't answer a question within, 20 seconds. So just because I don't answer a question within 20 seconds, just be patient. But if it's really pressing, like, no, I need the question answered right now because I got to go, and it's a really important question, well, then that is the benefit of a super chat. But nor did I say you can't ask questions. I'm just saying don't spam the same question a bunch of times. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Alan. Good to see you. Greetings, Clay. I drove down the St. Joe's. Well, I used to live in Michigan, Alan. I now live in Iowa. But I'm glad you got your head cleared. I've hit the past. I just hit past 2K buffer on my bro account, so payout soon. Let's go, JJ. That a boy. Now you face the question. How much are you going to pay out? How much are you going to leave in to try to build that buffer? Ooh, the questions of questions. Love it, though, man. Congrats. That's awesome. I'm going to extend this trend line out as I think it might still serve a purpose. We're not anywhere close to it right now, but we'll keep our eye on it as the day continues to play out. What would you say is a good stop loss? I set mine for 15. Well, I say a good stop loss is whatever you have within your strategy that shows that your strategy is gives you an edge. So I have no idea, but that would be the that would be the goal. You need to have an edge within a strategy, and part of a strategy is your stop loss. So if a $50 loss on a stop loss gives your overall strategy an edge in the market, again, I'm using the word edge very deliberately. I'm not saying guaranteed, but an edge, then yeah, I would say that's good. But I don't know anything about your strategy, your goals, your personal risk tolerance, Gregory. So impossible for me to say, but if that is allowing you, if that $50 stop loss is allowing for you to have an edge, perfect. Yeah, should be. Yeah, because today's not over, JJ. So, it's not like as soon as you cross the buffer, you can request it. No, you got to let the day finish. Because in theory, maybe you want to go and make some more trades. But yeah, it should be available tomorrow. But yeah, congratulations. Again, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it sounds bad, but that's where but neither of us know his strategy, know what he's trying to do. So that's why I answered it the way I did. Because yeah, sometimes something might sound bad and actually be good. Sometimes things might sound good and actually be bad. Interesting 5-minute. If this one's come back down here to this area of the chart, I would be interested in going long because I got a nice tight stop loss location. But got to see the price come down. There we go. Looking to get long at the green line. Stop is the red line. So we'll see what happens. See if the price wants to come down or not yet. Hey, Gallenho, are you still here? Can you confirm that you heard me give my explanation? I mean, maybe. I don't know how to say your name, Joa. Maybe. But again, we don't know what his strategy actually is. We don't know what his goals are. We don't know anything. So maybe he shouldn't. I totally see what you're saying, and I could see that being a very valid scenario. Like, you may be spot on with that, but my point is we just don't know. We don't have enough information. So that's why I answered it just in a broad sense. Because to be intellectually honest to him, maybe that's not the case. All right, well, I was looking for it to come back down here to go long, but as of now, it just seems to be cruising upwards. Trying to not fear while trading. Well, what are you? What are you trading with a prop firm, Gregor? Are you trading with your own money? What are you trading? Like, yeah, exactly, Judd. That's kind of where I'm headed with my thought process there. Okay. Well, then don't be too scared. Because remember, worst case scenario with a prop firm, it's like worst case, couple $100 at most gone. Obviously, if you're using your own money, then I get the fear thing. Oh man, like if I'm wrong here, that's like $2,000-$3,000, poof, gone just like that. So try to leverage that a little bit. That at least you're with a prop firm, so you don't need to be terribly scared. Thanks, Gregory. So just keep that in mind. You don't, at worst case, you have a couple hundred at worst. Correct, Diggs. If you pass the 50K using code CLAY, you get the pro account free. Yes. Otherwise known as zero activation fee. Exactly. Yep. What do you base your exit strategies for trades on? It depends on the strategy, depends on the setup, which is a case-by-case basis. Sometimes I'm looking for just a little scalpy scalp. Other times I want to see the thing work for me. So that is a case-by-case basis. Sweet, just got you another. You got another account, Diggs? Is that what you're saying? 2-hour chart, nice hammer for me. You use a 2-hour chart? I don't know if I've ever heard anybody using it. I've heard a lot of people using the 4-hour chart or the hourly chart. I don't know if I've ever heard of a 2-hour chart. That's interesting. Thank you, Diggs. I appreciate it. I'll let my kids know when they're eating not sticks and mud tonight. Hey, thank Diggs. He used code CLAY today. Sometimes I check 1, 2, and 4. Interesting. I'm trying to rack my brain. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody using the 2-hour time frame. Cool. 1-hour chart is a sweet spot for day trading. Hey, man, if it works for you, that's cool. I mean, I would disagree just in the sense of, like, for me, that it's not any sort of sweet spot. But, hey, if it is a sweet spot for you and your strategy and everything, fantastic, Will. I'm glad that you have located a sweet spot within your trading. That's great. That's the point. That's the idea. Locate, figure out what works for you. The YouTube voice is very strong right now. You only made one trade on the live stream. What are you doing? I know, voice. I'm trying. I'm searching. Then the one trade I made was a total FOMO. Where's that? Right here, I think. What's funny is I went short, came up, took me out, and then actually would have been a winning trade. So that's great. That's great. Now that I just noticed that. That's fantastic. So if you've ever been there before, so have I. If I'm starting off with $10 trades, what do you mean $10 trades? You mean you're putting $10 into a trade, or you're trading like $10 stocks? So could you please specify what you mean by $10 trades? Bids are coming. Well, okay, well, come on. Trade futures. We need the trade plan. When you first started trading, were you day trading swing? When I first started, I wanted to be a day trader, but I couldn't because of the pattern day trading rule. So I was forced to kind of swing trade penny stocks. Then I kind of became an investor in penny stocks. Thought I was going to get rich on a stainless steel muffler company. Spoiler alert, I did not get rich in college because of the stainless steel motor. Yeah, when I first started, I wanted to be a day trader, but because of the pattern day trading rule and because I didn't have $25,000, I couldn't be a day trader. So yeah, I was forced into like a quasi day trading, or excuse me, swing trading / investing in these penny stock garbage like that. Yeah, was not good. Love these small stop loss, using the right risk manage the best. You can use cash and sell. No, that's not true about the cash, because cash, you'll still run out of it because of cash settlement rules. So yeah, using a cash account does give you a little bit more flexibility, but you still do not have unlimited day trades. So that's kind of a myth out there. Again, it's not wrong. It does give you more flexibility, but those cash settlement rules are still very annoying. Okay, let me ask you this, SSJ Femster. How much money do you have like available right now to trade with? Because the fact that you just said a call option makes my bones quiver. Like, day trading options is just so mathematically not smart. Quick question, Clay. On TPT, if it's a news day, but you're already in a trade like 10 minutes before the news. No, it's one. Well, first off, they'll email you. They'll email you on the news days, the news you're not allowed to trade. You can't be in the trade 1 minute before the news, during the news, or 1 minute after the news. That's how that works. Well, Joel, you should not be trading your own cash anyways. You're working very inefficiently in your day trading journey. If you want to be efficient, Pam's Plant, day trade futures through a prop firm. That is the most efficient way to go about it. You are taking on more risk than you need to. But yeah, so just something to consider. I blew my... Well, how big was your trading account that you blew? I mean, you mentioned you have 15,000. Like, that's so, like, that is ridiculous. Like, from a prop firm standpoint, you could, like, that is, that is a very good spot. Especially when you consider if you ever gotten a copy trade and stuff like that. It was about 300. Oh, okay. So you're kind of just trying to YOLO at this point, it sounds like. Yeah, I am liking them too. So much so that I might actually look to get short here. If it wants to come up here, yeah, I'm just going to put the short right there. Yeah, well, YOLOing's not going to be a way to ever make any sort of consistent money. So I would encourage you to, oh, doggone it. Look at that. So close, yet so far away as it's headed back down. Best way for you to grow your account, SSJ Femster, is ticker symbol. Some say there's no guarantees in the market. They're wrong. There is a guarantee. This ticker symbol right here will guarantee to grow your account. Ticker symbol JOB. Now, assuming JOB is not like a meth dealer or something like that, then that's going to be a ticker symbol that will grow your account, guaranteed. So, sounds like the best situation for you right now to grow your account is ticker symbol JOB. Job is good for... What are you talking about? Good for... Who? What? Where do these people show up? What are you talking about? A job is good for no one. What does that even mean? A job is a stream of income. Since when are streams of income bad? What are you talking about? I don't know anyone. Well, I'm working right now. This live stream is work, and I'm enjoying it. I mean, I'm enjoying it 98% of the time. You're working. You don't think trading's working? Are you kidding me? $5. Where do you live? $5 an hour. What is going on? Okay, looking to get long at that green line right there if it wants to come back up. You keep moving the goalpost. You keep redefining everything. Yeah, I'd agree. If work is defined as $5 an hour, yeah, I would encourage people to do better than that. But that's not how you start off this conversation. You just said like jobs are bad. No, you said a job is good for no one. That's such a blatantly false. What are you talking about? Tell that to the people that don't have any money. Use a job to get money to build up an account so they can start trading. Tell that to the trader that picks up a part-time job to help fund their trading ambitions. Like, what are you talking about that a job is good for no? I can think of so many situations where a job is a good thing. Can you write off? I don't talk to your local tax professional, to which I am not. If you are, 25 years old and you're making $5 an hour, yeah, probably not so good. But my kids making $5 an hour, fantastic. And at that point, it's not even about the money. It's about teaching them good life skills. Hey, show up on time. Hey, work hard. Hey, listen to instructions. They're going to tell you what to do. Listen closely. Follow. So many good life skills. Hey, what time does work start? All right. If work starts at 9, you better be there by at least 8:55, okay? That way you don't risk showing up late. Never be late to job. Like there's so many, what are you talking about that a job is good for no one? Some people don't think before they make statements. They really don't. Like, what are you talking about? Jobs are, there's so many good things that can come from jobs. What time does work start? Age 4. I don't know about age 4. Like our Jet, who is, I guess he'll be 2 in November, or I'm sorry, 2 in October. But like, he knew how to do work since at least, not 12 months. Right around when he could first start to walk. He understood the work of, here's your diaper, buddy. Now go throw it away. Now it takes training, but at that age, I could post a video of it somewhere. It was on my, I don't know. I don't care enough. But anyways, now kids can, believe it or not, they can work. They can start to listen to instructions way sooner than even 4. Like, it was funny. He waddles over. Sometimes he'll stop, get distracted. Buddy, go throw it away. He open up the cabinet, put in the trash, shut it, and then would clap. So that's a job. Here's your job. Take your diaper and go throw it away. Right? Because that's a job that needs to be done. You can teach kids to work very early. Okay, well, see, that's a problem with your that's my reality. Like, what do you like? That's kind of that you're suffering from the world revolves around me-ism. Newsflash, Kunha, the world does not revolve around you. So the sooner you realize that will prevent you from making such silly statements. Now, I'm not perfect in that. Sometimes I have to remind myself, hey, Clay, the world does not revolve around me. I can't stand the whole idea of like, and this is where it comes from. It's such just poor. Like, there is this like social media bra. There's like this social media bra mentality. There's like this thought process that like, You're either not a good trader, you're not actually a trader, you're something like if you have a job. Like, oh, you have a 9 to 5, loser. It's like, no, a 9 to 5 job and trading, that's now 2 streams of income. That's a good thing. Not to mention, there's no full-time traders out there anyways. I don't know of any full-time traders. I'm not a full-time trader. I am not. Now, before you go and tell me, well, so-and-so is full-time, and then you give me somebody's YouTube channel, it's like, yeah, exactly. They're not full-time, are they? They have multiple streams of income because that YouTube channel is making them money. Those affiliate codes are making them money. That Discord they're selling is making them money. Again, good for them. I do the same thing because I believe in multiple streams of income. I think a silly, silly goal is I want to be a full-time day trader. No, I think a way better goal is I want to be a full-time income stream creator. And if trading is one of those streams of income, fantastic. Trading can't possibly fill my day. These 18-year-olds are trading what? These 18-year-olds are trading. What are you doing? I've seen it on YouTube. I'm not sure what that means. But yes, again, it's kind of a shocking statement, but I think my goal is to be a full-time day trader. I disagree. Go study wealthy people. Here's a spoiler. If you study wealthy people, you're going to notice something. You're going to notice that they have one thing in common, multiple streams of income. So I'm going to go ahead and not reinvent the wheel. I'm going to go ahead and do what wealthy people do, and that's have many streams of income. Well, and here's the thing that I try to preach to any young person, anybody that will listen to me, is like it or not, we are all business owners. Everybody's a business owner, whether you like it or not. Well, what are you talking about? I do not have a product or service. Not true. You do have a service. You do have a product that you will one day sell. And that is called your time. Because that's what a job is, right? Why do you get paid for a job? Because somebody else is purchasing your time, right? They're saying, I want you to be here from these times. So that's what you're going to sell. So the question becomes, okay, well, how do I make my time as valuable as possible? Because the more valuable your time becomes, the more you can sell it for. I have nothing against somebody that flips burgers at McDonald's. If that's where you got to start off, that's fine. But you're not going to be able to sell your time for very much flipping burgers when lots of other people can flip burgers. But you want to, what happens if you're a surgeon, an orthopedic surgeon, something like that? You're going to be able to sell your time for way, way more, right? Because the competition, when people go to hire people that do orthopedic surgery, like, okay, we got to buy that person's time so we can fix this guy's knee. Oh, wow, we don't have a huge base to choose from. Supply and demand. So any young people here, remember, you are a business owner. You will be selling your time. That's what a job is. What are you doing to make your time as valuable as possible? Are you going to college to get a degree in Romanian bobsledding? If you're going to college to get a degree in Romanian bobsledding, you're not going to be able to sell your time pretty much at all when you graduate. But if you're going to college to get a nursing degree, if you're going to a 2-year college to be a dental hygienist, which is a great decision, 2 years, you are going to be able to sell your time very nicely and in a very consistent way. There will be a strong job market for you. So maybe I'm in dad mode here a little bit, but good grief. If more college-age kids realize that you're a business owner, you will sell your time at some point. So let's make your time worth as valuable as possible. Maybe a little less people would be going and getting Romanian bobsledding degrees, I've done many stupid things in my life. I'm not perfect, but the one thing that I did do that I'm proud of myself was like, you know what? If I get an engineering degree, am I going to be able to sell my time? Is there a chance I'll be able to sell my time? In other words, find a job. Yeah, I was able to find a job before I even finished my senior year of college, and it was a good amount back then. So that's why I just feel bad. Feel bad for the kids that are getting these loans, putting themselves in debt to add no value to the product that they will one day sell, which is your time. By the way, I have nothing against Roman bobsledding. All I'm saying is maybe keep that as a hobby. Like, keep that as a hobby. do something, acquire a skill. You know, think about it. The kids that are going to trade schools, man, they're going to be able to sell their time for so much. Gender studies degrees. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you want to make, yeah, that's true. Oh man, that should be free. Helping the next one. I'm not sure what that's in regards to. When you start using volume profile, I don't know. I've always kind of used it off and on. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, is it like a pillar of anything? No, not really, but probably not the greatest answer, but yeah, maybe that kind of ambiguous answer kind of is also an answer like, yeah, it's fine, but it's not like any sort of big thing. Not anymore. A lot of younger folks need to, yeah. Which, by the way, you can fix the whole college loan debacles and all this sort of the college debt. I mean, it's an easy fix, and it illustrates why greed is indeed good. Greed would fix that problem so quickly. If you just said, "All right, government, you're out. Government, we're no longer in the business of loans. We're giving it to the greedy bankers." Do you know what a greedy banker is going to do to a kid that walks up and says, "I'd like to go to this school, pay $40,000 a year for my Romanian bobsledding degree"? Do you know what that greedy banker is going to do? They're going to pull out a stamp and stamp denied. But you know what? That is the kindest, most gentlest thing that you could do to that kid. Greed would save that kid from a terrible, terrible decision. Because those greedy bankers, what do they want? They want this thing called ROI. They want a return on investment. Are they going to get a return on investment if they loan to some kid that wants to get a Romanian bobsledding degree? Of course not. But think of the children. You're going to tell the kid no? Yeah. And telling that kid no, they will be so appreciative 10 years from that point. You go to the greedy banker and they're like, "I'd like to get a nursing degree." Approved. Now, colleges are not going to like that because a lot of colleges will go bankrupt because now they don't get to sell these garbage degrees. But right now, when the government says yes to everything, of course, they can have whatever degree they want. They can charge whatever price they want for it. And then everybody wants to complain about the student loan problems. Get greedy bankers into the loan business. They will take care of it. Greedy bankers are the most compassionate people out there. But the kid just wants a Romanian bobsled degree. You're going to tell him no? Yup. Keep it as a hobby, Johnny. That's the thing. That's where I try not to put on a tinfoil hat too often. But like that's one of the things where it's like it's such an easy solution. Like it's so easy to fix the whole student loan debacle. Why don't colleges teach stock? No, colleges should definitely. Well, first off, you don't need a 4-year degree to trade stocks. So yeah, I don't know if that would be worthwhile. That's more of like on the job type stuff. Anyways, there is my economic rant of the day. One of my pet peeves, the whole college business, whole student loan, just, again, but at the end of the day, I still don't blame the government per se. Like it's parents' job to raise your kids, to understand, hey, you have this product you're selling called time. Let's make sure that you're making this let's make sure you're gonna make an investment. The investment into your college education, assuming you go to college, is gonna increase the value of your time that you can sell. No, college should not be free at all. Yeah, I'm not on that one either. The trades have it perfectly fair. Like the trades is like the epitome of supply and demand. I don't know if it's still the case, but I know like 5 years ago, Like my nephew, who started off in college and dropped out because whatever, but he was like, I'm going to be an electrician. So he's going to electrician school, but his employer is paying for that. So like, let the free market decide what sort of education should be free. Supply and demand. That's why I was like, man, if I was a kid right now, I would totally go learn a great skill, have the company pay for you to go to school. How great is that? And then have a job and you work and get paid while they're paying for you to go to school. It's like, man, that's talking about work in the system for you. There are parentless people too. Yeah, but I don't believe in building policy on outliers. You can't play the what if game. Well, what about? And then you name some sort of like statistically not even close to being in the majority, and then you build a policy around that. I don't think that's very efficient. How about public schools? Charge for them? We already do charge for public schools. It's called a property tax. Yeah, Michael. Yep. Very, now if you go to Ivy League, I'm sure you do get a bump in your pay because it's Ivy League. But I guess I don't know that for sure either. That'd be my guess. But yeah, at the end of the day, like just do a good job. The rest takes care of itself. Plumbers and electricians can pretty much name their price these days. Yep. Especially if you can. Oh yeah, I mean the baseline is so pathetic these days. Like the baseline seems to be show up. Like you don't even have to show up on time. Just show up. So that's why I'm like, man, kids, you're gonna beast mode it because not only are you gonna show up, you're gonna show up not with alcohol in your breath, and you're gonna show up early, and you're gonna be able to listen to instructions, and you better work hard. Which seems kind of pathetic. Like, wait a second. So just showing up on time without alcohol on your breath and then listening to instructions, that's supposed to give you some leg up. I agree that's pathetic that that's the case, but apparently it is. Middle attack on U.S. base. Really? Well, assuming, and I'm not believing you, Jeff, but as I like to get a couple different confirmations, but assuming that is indeed true, it seems the market does not care. Let's see if there's anything on my phone that a U.S. base was attacked. I don't know. Is there anything here? Again, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but I would have thought that the market would have reacted with at least some sort of spikiness. Oh, imminent threat of Iran. Okay, no, there has not been an attack. This says an imminent threat of an Iranian strike. U.S. Embassy in Qatar issues dire warning. Well, again, if that happens, then I would assume that the market will react. Right now, it's just a threat. Yeah, I'm looking for a trade. I'm not really seeing a whole lot right now. So we're just kind of shooting the breeze with some other stuff. No matter what the YouTubers are saying, a job is essential. Yep, and anyone can get rich. Yep. Whatever happened to the government wiping away all student loan debt? Well, it was illegal, if I remember that one right, Kyle. Supreme Court was like, oh, yeah, no, you can't do that. So I think that's what happened to that. But yeah, always looking. Not finding a whole lot right now. Oh, I don't know. That pink line, 200 period moving average might get a little spicy. Yeah. Dotted yellow line is VWAP. Yep. Maybe look to buy at the pink line if it gets down there. We'll see. I'm thinking if I want to try to get aggressive, buy 5 here, maybe buy another 5 here, another 5 here, and then stop down below VWAP. That's one of those where if you're wrong, it can be painful. With that said, I do have quite a bit of cushion on the day, so I could afford to get aggressive on one. Whether or not that makes sense right now is kind of another story. Do I also trade stocks? No, day trading stocks is garbage. As a former day trader of stocks for many, many years, I can say day trading stocks is very inefficient. It's like watching paint dry, way too much risk, inefficient use of your capital. How do you find trades? I don't, by just watching the chart. What's your strategy? I like candlesticks. I like candlestick trading. If I were to summarize my trading, that's how it would be. Candlestick trading is my strategy. We'll agree. Freer, higher education is a non-starter. Alternatively, though, 2 more years of high school focused on trades. I don't know. I don't know if you need 2 more years of high school. I think you could. Well, I don't know. There's trade schools. Like my dad, while in high school, he went to a trade school for, I forget how that works. Like the final 2 years, he'd go back and forth. So I think that already exists. Which is a great idea. I think that's a fantastic thing where high schoolers can, if they know they want to get into the trades, they can already start in high school. Is that even around? Let's see. Penna County Trade. Yeah, exactly. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. So right here, this is what my dad went to way back in the day. But high schoolers can still go here, start to learn a trade. I mean, this is brilliant stuff here. I think most cities have them. This is, in Ohio. Yeah, like this different stuff you can learn about. Automotive repair, automotive technology, construction, carpentry, duh. Construction electricity, great. Construction concepts, I'm not quite sure what that is, but construction masonry, criminal justice, not worship, cosmetology, I don't know about that one. Construction remodeling. Right there, booyah, dental, oh my goodness. Such a good choice. Anyways, so right there. Like those already exist, at least where I grew up, those already exist. Maybe I'll see how this reacts at the VWAP here. If it comes down to the VWAP and starts to head back up, maybe I'll try a long down here. We call them vocational schools. Yeah, vocational. That is right. I think that's what that was called too. But yes, vocational schools are a great thing. All right, I'm in. On the long side, that is. Okay, it's the last 2 years. Yeah, that does sound right. I'm sure quite a bit has changed since my dad did that, but yeah, I think vocational schools are like such a good decision. Okay, got some more. Like I said, willing to get a little more aggressive on this one. We are right at VWAP, but I can't give it much more distance. So I like how it's hanging around VWAP here. Okay. Final one. Oh, try to get my final one. There we go. Now let's see if it can pop up. Come on. Love it right now. Do or die. Come on. Let's see if it can push back above VWAP here. See the little hammer. Is she going to bounce? I like it. Do I add in one more time here? Oh, all right, there we go. Come on, push some more. There we go. Oh, you. All right. Anyways. What was that? Man, the 5-minute. There we go. Next, very interesting area down here on the 5-minute, we have the 200 period, and we have that orange line there, which was previous session close, which is already proven to be a support right there. So is that a guaranteed support level down there? Of course not. There are no guarantees, but is it plausible to suggest that Is it plausible to suggest that maybe, just maybe, that could be a support area down there? I think so. So we'll have to see if the price wants to get down to there. All right, Jeff, let's calm down, Jeff. So are you in right now? But I made money on that, Jeff. It bounced enough for me. So when you say no bounce, you gotta be careful. But are you in this, Jeff? Where are you short at? Where's your stop loss? Why? Why? That makes 0 sense. That literally makes 0 sense compared to what you just said. No bounce, but I'm gonna close my short. Huh? Jeff, are you just armchair quarterbacking stuff, saying nonsense? Because now your actions aren't matching up with your words. I mean, that's a pretty strong statement. No bounce. And then your very next comment, closing out short now. All right, well. Right now you seem to be right. There was no bounce, but why did you get out, man? Come on, Jeff. How are you going to make a bold statement like that and then do the exact opposite of your bold statement? Come on, man. Come on, man. That has nothing to do with you being greedy. You just make a bold statement. It's not going to bounce. Well, if it's not going to bounce, then what are you talking about? Like right now, you were right. See, does everybody see how trading is hard? It's easy to say stuff. It's easy to talk tough. But then when you act... So I will say, I give Jeff credit. At least he was transparent, and he told us he was getting out immediately after saying there was going to be no bounce. But think about it. He's talking tough. It's easy to talk tough, and I mean, he was right. No bounce. It's kept going down, but he got himself out like up around here. That's why I trade. It's easy to talk. It's easy to talk. That's why I always like to be around here. Well, give us a little bit more specifics. Because you get specifics, that's why trading's hard. Anybody can talk. That's pretty funny. I'm going to remember that one for a while. No bounce. Very next comment. I'm getting out now. Wait, huh? And then it continued on down. Well, I'm not quite sure what I was doing, but I mean, it's bounced right off that area I pointed out already on the 5-minute. I don't think I would have been filled anyways, because I would not have been filled, because I would have been going for more. So, well, we'll see if it wants to. We were right at those levels. Scalpy scalp off the no bounce, nice. Yeah, that's true. I did get a scalp. He said it was not bouncing, but it bounced enough for me. But then the poor guy didn't follow his own thoughts. He didn't follow his own tough talk. I'll be back in a second. You know that I'm on a live stream. Why would you go right there and let him do that? Do you need something? Then why would you do that? Well, then tell Joy to come down here. What's Joy doing? Is she upstairs? Then why would you give him to Joy who's not doing well? Like what? Well, what time is Mom going to be back? Please help. You don't feel good now? You got a sore throat? If you do lay him down, yeah, put him in the basement. Alrighty then. Man, Jeff. Dang. I did do my flip trades, thanks. This one, it seems like you just... I'm looking at 21K. Okay. You must be some sort of like swing trader. Well, AM, start trading. What do you mean? I would have gone short. Why aren't you trading then? Go short. Get short, brother. I'm gonna FOMO wisely into this one. Let me make sure. Okay, let's just get short here. All right, FOMO trade. I'm doing it wisely though. How so? Well, 3 layers. Layer number 1, I'm in a prop firm account. Layer number 2, I'm doing an MNQ, and layer number 3, I'm doing 1 MNQ. So blue line is my entry. There we go. Well, like I said, if you're going to FOMO, do it wisely. Again, the power of the prop firm right there. Well, hey, Kunha, I know you're new, but the way we do it around here, give us your trade plan ahead of time. So give us your entry point, your target, and your stop loss before the price gets to those levels. That's how we like to do it around here. That way there's that way there's max credibility. So again, entry point, stop loss, and target before the price gets to those levels. And if you're wrong, no problem. But you'll have nothing but respect for having the courage to give us a trade plan ahead of time. See, that doesn't mean anything. 21,880 to 21,000. Well, that doesn't mean anything. Again, all you got to do is 3 numbers: entry point, stop loss, and target. Okay, stop at 21,920. And where are you at? What's your entry point? I'm going to try to get long at that green line here if the price wants to come back up. Nope, it just wants to keep dropping. Alrighty then. Poor Jeff. Jeff. I might have to just go short here again. I'm getting aggressive, but it really does seem like this is just a bleeder now. Very risky trade here, but... Uh-oh. We'll see. Come on. Oh, you little tease. So this was FOMOing in not wisely. That first FOMO, totally fine. This one was not fine. Even if this works out, this is not a good trade. Full transparency. I'm not going to blow the account, but yeah, this was not a good trade. Even if it works out, not a good trade. And there it is, red. That would be the bad FOMO. That's why you want to FOMO wisely. Because with my 1 MNQ, yeah, that'd have been a couple hundred $100 loss. Instead, now I'm right on the day. I could see it coming back down, but I'm not going to risk the account because this thing, I mean, it's just going to V-shape right back up. Oh, that's disappointing. That is disappointing. When I look over there, I have another monitor. So, and that's where my other time frames are. So I'm not like staring off into the ether. Where's my average price set? I think like right, I don't know. I mean, great movement here. Great movement. There we go. Take a little scalpy scalp on that. At least I'm back to green on the account, but not nearly as much green I was up. Man. The problem of FOMOing poorly. As I've said and demonstrated many times, if you got a FOMO, that's one of the good things about prop firm trading and futures is you can do it with like such minimal amount of risk. But I did not do it with a minimal amount. So that's disappointing. I'm glad I didn't straight up, keep on averaging or anything like that. Because that account will probably be roasted at this point. I guess I can't say for sure, but certainly very close. So I'll try to look at the glasses half full. At least I didn't go total degen mode, lose my mind, say, nope, I'm going all in. Did anybody else play this? Hopefully you're playing it from the long side. Again, I don't have any problem with my FOMO when I got in, wherever that was. I don't have any problem with that. My problem, my mistake, what I'm upset at myself with is I didn't do the 1 MNQ. Too long at 8:01. At 8:01. Nice trade, Brian. Good job. Now, I want to get short here, but I don't know. Is this a V shape? Is this just... I mean, maybe a little bit, but at this point, does it really matter anymore for the day? I mean, I've wrecked my day. The good old V shape. Like I said, Mike, this account would have been toast had I gone into, you know what, I'm not gonna stop out. I'm just gonna do or die. This would have been a die. Right at the pink line. I mean, I'd like to try there, but yeah, just... Has anybody else ever been here? Like you're up very nicely, and then all of a sudden you're red and then barely green? Give me a 1. Have you ever been here before? Hopefully there's at least one person that's been like, yeah, Clay, I've been really green before, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, how did I end up in this spot where I'm barely green? From really green to barely green. Anybody ever had a really green to barely green? Thank you. I appreciate your transparency. That makes me feel better. The human mind is such a crazy place. Story of my trading life. Well, Jillian, at least you know you're not alone. Yeah, I was red too. That's the thing. From really green to red, I just happen to at least get myself back up to... Let's see, what was this? 72 up to... I mean, these... I did that last Friday. Dang. Yeah, well... See, now I just want to go to NQs and just play this like either back to where I was or account roasted. Because I could get short here, stop above here, but if I take that stop, especially if I go bigger on NQs, it would be account over. But that's not the right mentality. So I'm not going to do it. But that's what's in my mind right now. King Panks. Hey, thanks, King Panks. I appreciate you sharing. Yeah, you're right, AM. I am green. Yeah, that's so true. Like what I'm sitting here acting like I'm now red and I got to get back to green. I am already green. That's a good point. Good observation. And look at that. Look at that. Thank you, but not that I wasn't going to do it. I was just saying that was the voice. I was recognizing the voice in my mind that wanted me to get short, stop up here, big size, and that would have been game over for the account. So if anything, I'll pat myself on the back. I'm glad I did not take that trade. I'm glad I recognized that. But I will also give all of you credit for the assist. A lot of you stepped in and were like, AM said, nah, you're green. That is true. Lance, don't trade on tilt. That is true. Very good. Kyle, we can be poor and homeless together if you don't manage. Yeah, there we go. Say manage at risk. So, like I said, group effort on that one. I'd like to think that, I had already mentioned out that I wanted to, but I didn't. But yes, your comments in the chat helped to kind of drive that home. So that was a good, like, Stockton Malone right there. If you don't know the Stockton Malone reference, then you're just not as old as me. Who gets the Stockton Malone reference that I just made right there? Why do you say end of account? Because this is the prop firm account. So if you lose a certain amount, then they'll take the account away from you. That's the whole power of prop firms. So like if this was your account, so let's say you came over here and you're like, all right, I want to get 150K in buying power. Well, that would cost you 252. Now, the way to lose this account is if you lose 4,500. So when I say end of the account, what I'm saying is I would have lost more than 4,500, meaning they take the account away from you. Now, I don't lose $4,500 out of my pocket, but I do lose the account, meaning I would have lost what I paid for the account, which in this situation, 252. But that's the power of prop firms, right? That's why they're so beneficial is because you have that isolated risk management, because you have very little at risk, because your only quote unquote at risk amount is the cost of the account right there. So that's what I mean by lose the account. So I don't mean like lose all my money, because again, I'm in a prop firm right now. That's the benefit of the prop firm. You have that you're insulated with your risk. There we go, Chris. Got the reference. Liverpool up 1,700. Hey, Liverpool, that's awesome. I used to be up. Actually, I used to be up more than that, Liverpool. I had you beat at one point, Liverpool, but then I went into moron mode, and now I'm barely green. Could be a stop. Well, then take the short, AM. Enough armchair quarterbacking. Put some money where your mouth is. You have enough land for a small homeless trading community. That's true. We can eat morel mushrooms, venison, grow a garden in this Iowa soil. Because this, why, when, all right, I'm doing that because I don't like that firm. But why should you go when that is 49? Because here's why. It's very easy. Because after you pass, there's no more monthly fee. And once you pass into the pro account, you can request money every single day. So every single day in any amount, you can have daily payouts with Take Profit Trader. That's why. That is why. No more monthly payment. And then you can take payouts on a daily basis in whatever amount you want. But you're also CFA cut from above. You're operating with a logical fallacy. You're doing a false dilemma. You're acting as if it is, I have to either do this or that. That's not how prop firms work. You can do both. So is it worth a try? Yeah, absolutely, it's worth a try. So yeah, false dilemma, logical fallacy. K-Storm purchased a new 20. Hey, thanks, K-Storm. My current 550 only. You can come back from 500. That's enough to work with. Yeah. Seeing the news about an imminent threat. Yeah, if they do that, then yeah, markets will tank for sure. Well, no, I take that back. There are no for sure's, but I would say highly likely if Iran does attack, toward the base in Qatar. Or Qatar, however you're supposed to say that. Oh, Iran launched 6 ballistic missiles towards U.S. bases in Qatar. I think, to me, I'm just thinking out loud, that sounds more like a save face. Like, surely the United States can intercept 6 missiles. But then at least Iran gets to tell its people, yeah, we showed them. We attacked their base. But again, 6, to be fair, I don't know. Maybe these ballistic missiles are really hard to shoot down. But 6 does not seem like a whole lot. But that would make sense in the context if Iran leadership is just trying to save face with their own people. Majority of traders never make it to payout. Well, yeah, what does that have to do with anything? Yeah. The fact that basically what you just said is trading is hard. Yeah, trading is hard. But it is about the payout. It is about the payout. Let me put it this way. I've never had a prop firm trader, and this includes people from other prop firms that then come and try Take Profit Trader, get to the payout phase and complain about it. Like complain about the fact you can request payments every single day. So yeah, it does matter about the payout. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Regardless of if a lot of people get to payout or not, the payout thing matters. Just came back from 250 drawdown left on the. Good job. Good job, Liverpool. Yeah, Nathan, I used to be having a really green day, and then I FOMO'd like an idiot, got aggressive like an idiot, The only smart thing I did was I cut the loss, which put me slightly red. I did get back to green, but had I gotten in, had I stayed total full-blown moron mode, yeah, that move right there would have roasted my entire account. So not great decisions on my part, but it could have been worse. Could have been worse. Is there a withdrawal to a bank fee? No. Really? Weeble has a bank fee on that? I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, that was, well, no, I mean, the V-shape had nothing to do with me. I was FOMOing short. I chased it short, and then the V-shape started. So that's why I say at least I did cut it for the loss, because the V-shape would have crushed my account. AA, up 980 on one test account and 9. Fantastic. Good job, AA. Good job, double A. I was doing pretty well on the day, but no soup for you. Trying to keep my eye on the news too. I know you guys will all. It seems like that should be on this part of my phone where I'm checking the... What am I missing here? Like I said from the beginning of this live stream, you are a crazy person if you're not trading in a prop firm. Goodness, you are a crazy person. Because literally at any moment, this thing could just spike or snap in any direction. Either news of missiles or just Trump tweeting something. I mean, we're in a crazy market, and we've been in a crazy market. If you are not in a prop firm, this is my whole argument. You are operating inefficiently from a risk management standpoint. Yeah, it's a debit card transfer, so instant. Oh, gotcha, Kyle. Curious if the price wants to push back up through that pink line and then kind of complete the V shape. Good morning. Bad news. Uh-oh. I let the news and social media give me a short bias last night and blew up my... Yeah. That's why you got to be careful, Fernando. Good learning lesson of why the power of a bias, and a bias can really kind of mess your day up. But Fernando, to encourage you, you know what? Blowing up prop firms is part of it. We've all been there. And maybe help you look at the glass as half full. Imagine if that bias had been your real money. How much would you have lost of your real money? And then compare that to how much you actually lost because it was only a prop firm account. So to try to reframe it to make you feel a little bit better about the situation. I know, never fun. Like I said, I've blown plenty of accounts. But when you look at the numbers that way, it does lessen the blow a little bit. Some prop firms can just do rug pull one day. I mean, that's true. That is true. That's why I try to only recommend ones that have been around for a while, that have a track record of paying, stuff like that. That's why I would never just sit here and all of a sudden start driving people towards a prop firm that opened up, 3 hours ago. And honestly, I've been trading on a margin in my own account. Yeah, it really doesn't make any sense. And this is AM again. This comes from somebody that's relatively new to the prop firm space too. But my community has been telling me about it for years, and I finally decided to give it a try. And they're right. Like, why risk your own capital if you don't need to? I know there's an ego thing that comes with it. Well, I trade my own money. I don't need a prop firm. Okay, cool. But that's just ego talking. That's not math talking, because math would say, why risk somebody else's money? Why risk your money when you don't have to? And yeah, perhaps for me, I was listening kind of the ego for too long. Exactly, Am. Exactly, yeah. Do we have to pay for market data? No. Nope. When you pay for the account, so for example, if you're doing the 50K, the 119, that gives you live market data. But the cool thing is, after you pass the test and you move from the From the test into the pro, here there's no more monthly fee. So monthly fee drops off at $0, but you still get live data. You still get all the perks. There's just no more monthly fee. So it really is a good deal. And that's why I also say to pass the test within 1 month. You can take as long as you want to pass the test, but try to get it done within a month so that you only have to make that payment one time. Wall Street Kia. Hey, Wall Street Kia. What is driving me crazy is that I was in profit, but I wanted a flush. I know, Fernando. I hear you. I've been there, but again, that's just all hindsight, right? Had you gotten the flush, I don't think you'd be sitting here saying, you know, what's driving me crazy is like I should not have waited for that flush. No, you're not. You're going to be. You would have been saying, good job waiting for the flush. Good job giving it a chance. No, you start to get money in pro. In Pro, you get to keep 80% of your gains. In Pro Plus, you get to keep 90% of your gains. Just passed my TPT 50K. Good job. Nice job, Relax. Since I trade equities primarily, pre-market gappers, you know of any prop firm that... No. Prop firms that I'm aware of and putting my name by, it's futures. What do you mean you trade pre-market gappers? Like you try to time gaps, you're holding overnight, or you just look for stocks that gap up and then you trade those? I think I don't like if you use charts to trade stocks. The only difference for you is you're now using charts to trade futures. Like you're acting like futures and stocks like are different. They're not. They have a value and the value changes as time goes by. Therefore, charts will work. Yeah, what you just described happens in futures too. So like you're overthinking this. In fact, I would argue as somebody that's come from the day trading world of stocks and options for many, many years, futures respect charts better than anything over there. Does it want to flush? We are right at the VWAP, or I'm sorry, we're right at the 200 period moving average, or doesn't want to try to come back up. I'm going to try to play that for a long. I'm going to put a tight stop, assuming it doesn't drop down too much further. And if this keeps dropping, then I'm not going to be able to take it long because my risk profile is going to be too much. Okay, I'm in. Push. Push. How did I not get that filled? Come on, come back up. There we go. Okay, and we'll do this with the final two. I'm going to get my stop a little bit in the green. Okay, so we'll let these final two work for me. This will be a green trade no matter what, because even if I get stopped out, I'm still in the green. So there we go. Was up 1,000, lost it all, wasn't expecting so much volume. Well, I was also up a whole lot before going red, and now I'm back green again, and I got to sneeze, but it's not. Come on, sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Am is error we found. Hi, Clay. If you failed 50K account, No, you pay 100. Stop talking about that firm. That firm is garbage. People are just playing with fire. So again, I'm deleting that out because I don't want that firm's name in here. Because they're garbage. People be playing with fire. Well then, come on, Kanha, let's go. Sign up. What are you waiting for? What country are you in? You mentioned something earlier about like 15,000 euros. So I assume you're not... CLGN. Okay. All right. Well, hindsight, I got way too tight with my stop, but okay. If you spam CLGN one more time, you're getting banned because I think you're just the bot that's spamming. I don't know how to say your name, Gokhan. You're in Portugal? Well, yeah, they're all right. Let's make sure. I think Take Profit Traders open to people in Portugal. You do not want to see your country on this list. Yep. There's the P's, no Portugal. There you go. You could totally do Pam's plan if you wanted. Again, you do not want to see your country on that list. Plus 900 today. Eval Pro account taking. Nice job, SM. Very good job. Man. Interesting spot here on the 5-minute. We have this pivot point, which was an area of support, support, support. When it broke, classic example of the support now acting as resistance. So now do we have a double top approaching here? We have the high here, which also happens to be that pivot point. I don't know if I have the courage. Ooh, and we're at the 50. Oh, I didn't even see that. And we're right here at the purple line there, 50 period moving average, but we already rejected off of that. Is it only non-professional? Oh, sorry. You're asking AM something. Oh, nope. Did not care about the double top at all. Very, very jumpy. Very jumpy. Kanha and AM. I'm telling you, that I mean, you guys are literally the walking epitome of what the argument is. You're asking yourselves all these questions. I mean, good grief. Why? I'm telling you, Pam's plan, it's very straightforward. CLGN, nobody here cares about CLGN. CLGN is absolute garbage, and I don't even have to look at it. How big of a penny stock is this? Okay, now, like what are we looking at here? Why are you trading this? What are you doing? Please don't tell me you bought up here and now you're trying to pump it to us because you want us to try to push it back up. Why are you trading this nonsense? What do you mean dip? This is not a dip. That's a full-blown pump and dump. Think about it. Even if we say the move started right there. So, right? The move started and then went all the way up there. The price is now down below where it started. This is a pump and dump. What are we doing with our lives? Why are you spending any time on this? Like, why? I'm telling you, there are better things to be doing than trading nonsense like this. Hey, Dre Day. Now I have 1,200 in drawdown from 500. Hey, there you go. There you go. Careful now. Yeah, Dre Day, we were talking about that about 20 minutes ago. Thank you, though, for making sure we saw that. But, yep, we are aware. Use Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer is only for truly special occasions. It's got to be an extra special occasion for Thor's hammer. It's looking kind of spicy if it wants to push back up, but oh boy. Oh boy. We'll see. We'll see. Don't waste time on penny stocks with yeah, it's yeah, I don't. For that person to show up and just tell us, hey, this thing, like, again, I understand. Like, I guess it's worth a try to tell people, like, to assume that maybe people are idiots, but, you know, I try to keep this as an educated as chat as possible. So if you're going to show up to my live stream and talk to my chat and try to convince people that this is a dip, like, you're in the wrong group. You're in the wrong group. You in the wrong group. We're trying to make sure people are smart here. Trying to make sure people are working efficiently. $8.20. All right, well, you might be waiting for a while, but gotcha. But yes, there you go. All three numbers ahead of time. Fantastic. Oh, you created another account. That's funny. Behaving like they done with attack on us. Well, like I was saying earlier, to launch, what was it, 6 or 8? Like I would think those missiles can be shot down. Maybe these aren't these aren't the type that can. But to only shoot 6 seems like something where they kind of want to do something so that their leadership can tell the people, hey, we're fighting back. But, like, are they actually doing anything with 6 missiles? I mean, they sometimes they're launching like 1,000 a day at Israel, right? So, granted, I assume they're running out of missiles, but you would think that if they were really trying to hammer somebody, they'd do more than 6. So that's my just off the cuff thoughts through all this. They're trying to save it. They're trying to not really do anything, but make it look like they're doing something. But right now, clearly, whatever they are, the market has deemed it not that big of a deal. Right here, it's seeming like people are like, okay, what's going on? Unknown, 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 unknown. Okay. And then you can almost see like the psychology. Then right here, people are, okay, maybe not as bad. Okay, okay, all right. And then, still working way up. So obviously, if something is wrong and they're like, oh, actually, it was not 6, but 600, I would assume at that point, whew. These missiles are Archive Mach 6. Yeah, that doesn't mean a whole lot to me. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying, what does that even mean? Do we have any military experts in the room? So there's that line that we drew a long time ago. Actually just came up through it. Oh, these are hypersonic missiles? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I know that's a little bit different of a ball game. Like I said, the market doesn't seem to really care. Does Qatar, do they have a military? Because if they're launched, because I just see reports of explosions in Qatar's capital. I mean, I'm missing Qatar military. Or not base. Do we trust Wikipedia? Qatar is ranked 72 out of 145 of the countries considered for the annual. At a glance. Air power, so pretty diversified. Not a huge amount of Navy. So yeah, I just wondering, like, now, are they going to irritate Qatar? Is Qatar going to start bombing Iran now? Well, I know they have a base there, but I'm just saying it's not. The headline I'm saying is that it's explosions in Qatar's capital. I guess to be fair, maybe the base is in the capital, but I would assume a base is like, I don't know, maybe on the outskirts, but I guess I don't know. Air base located just southwest of Dor, near the town of... Yeah, so it doesn't seem like there's a base in the capital itself. So it's like I said, are they just shooting at the capital of another country now? Oh, speculation. We're all just speculating. I like this enough to get aggressive. This could be a really bad idea, but... No, that is a bad idea, actually. Whoop. Yep. Just glance at the 5-minute. And the 5-minute revealed I was about to buy basically right at the 50 period, which not a good place to buy. It could break, to be fair, but like that would not be wise because it could just as easily, if not more so, have the odds that a rejection of that area is coming. So glad I glanced over at the 5-minute. Good example and good reminder to use multiple time frame analysis because that could have been a bit not ideal. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Hey, does everyone remember when I FOMO'd? Like, I don't know if I was at the low, but like, I don't know. Pretty close to the lows, I think I FOMO'd. Who remembers that? Again, I'm trying not to beat myself up too much. At least I didn't go lose my mind and lose the account. But, man, if you've ever been that person that's either like FOMO'd at the top or the bottom, yeah, I have those moments. What did I miss? Not a whole lot, trade futures, not a whole lot. Nothing's really happened since you've been gone. And that's what I'm going to just paper trade it. So green line would have been my entry, red line my exit. Yeah, would not be looking so good for me right now. I was at 763 on the short. We're 763. Really? So I had it going green by that much? No, that's not right. That might have been my average price, but that was my average price. Because I added to it, because I got aggressive. So no, that was not my initial entry. Like I said, I like this area here, but what's got me spooked out is on the 5 minute, we have that purple line up there, the 50 period. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like you don't want to necessarily be going long right into that key area up there. Got to be the third or fourth big. Yeah, exactly. No, there really are a lot of V's. You know, it's hard. The V-shaped recoveries are just so brutal. And it seems, more often common than what's not going to happen. I mean, usually V-shapes are like the bailout patterns. Like, I got bailed out by the V-shape. But now it's almost like, no, the V-shape's going to bail you out. Like, don't worry about it. It'll happen. Higher high, higher low. I will look for a buying opportunity. All right, Sam Low, when you see your trade plan, let us know ahead of time. There is the move through there. But again, it's sketchy. Hopefully nobody is shocked to see this break, but then not do a whole lot at this exact moment. Because again, why is it doing this here on the 2 minute? Because remember, on the 5 minute, we have that 50 period moving average. So not saying this can't get continuation, but hopefully nobody is shocked. Like, wait, it broke. Why isn't it necessarily moving at all? Because it's having to deal with that 50 period. But now we got some separation through it. So, okay, so then you're not looking for a buying opportunity. So you may have said that last week, fair enough, but you literally just said higher high, higher low. I will look for a buying opportunity. Well, that's not what your message up there, Sam, said. Reread your message. You said, I will look for a buying opportunity. Brother free. Long from pullback at 9 to target. All right, good job, brother free. Next time, good sir. Congrats on this trade, but the next time, make sure you give us your entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those levels. But on this particular trade, well done. Well done. Congrats. Ascending wedge. I do not see an ascending wedge. Not saying it doesn't exist, but looking over here in the 5 minute, I do not see any ascending wedges. Do you mean a rising wedge? Maybe he means a rising wedge. I've never really heard of an ascending wedge before. Maybe he means a rising wedge. Probably. Okay, well, it doesn't sound like he knows what he means. He means something, he's just not sure what he means. I want to trade gold at all, Trader Revolution. I would trade stuff that actually moves smoothly. That's my opinion on it, Trader Revolution. I would just say don't worry about gold at all. Step out of the gold cult. Let your gold cult brothers and sisters know, hey, there's no big deal. I can still like gold, but go trade something that moves better, that moves smooth, more smoothly. Same thing. No, I don't know of an ascending wedge and a rising wedge. I've never heard of an ascending wedge before. Yeah, when I type in ascending wedge, all I see is rising wedge. So yeah, looks like. Yeah, more bots today. I guess the person is still a little upset. The bot attack continues. Five-minute is just slow and steady, at least, especially from here, just straight up. Not a single red candle since then. I guess you're just supposed to get long and just make money. Get long and then go mansion shopping. Attack on U.S. base in Qatar underway. Iranian state TV reports. Yeah, literally, apparently the market just does not care. Like, yeah, we're not worried about it. I mean, if I'm being honest with myself, I would have thought the market. Well, I mean, I guess to be fair, right here is where it all started. So this seemed to be the most uncertainty part of the things. And now, the big money, the smart money, it's like, yeah. For our sources are saying probably not that big of a deal. Kunha, have a good rest of your day. You said you're in Portugal, so how far? Yeah, it's about probably 7:30 for him. I don't know how far Portugal is ahead of us time-wise. Just straight up. This is insane. Just straight up. Straight up. Look at this. This is the 5-minute here. Going long seems like you're chasing, suffering from FOMO. Going short seems like you're just stepping in front of a train. So throw me in the camp of I don't know what to do other than sit on my hands right now. Yeah, Brendan, just straight up or straight down price action today. Pretty much. Pretty much. Third day with Tradovate, up 560 on the day. Congratulations. Good job. Well, now what's interesting is it is approaching, it being the price, the highs from over here. Whoops. So just, thinking out loud, is there going to finally be some sort of resistance like happened there? I didn't quite hit it, but got within the general vicinity. So within the general vicinity, right up around here, is this going to be where this thing finally maybe double tops or at least maybe find some resistance? So maybe something like this can occur. Where the price comes up here, maybe, pulls back a little bit and then gives us some sort of like bull flag pattern. But yeah, this area here on the 5-minute is certainly a very interesting location. Did it just shoot up through there? Yup. Yeah, this thing don't care anymore. It don't care. White line here is the high of the day. So that white line is showing that we are now pushing to new highs on the day. I don't want to talk about it, Bart. That's what you get for not watching every second of my live stream, Bart. You're supposed to watch every second. So now you just got to scroll back and figure it out on your own, Bart. I expect every single one of you to watch every single second. When I go live, you need to be here from second 1 to when I'm done. And if you're not, we're no longer friends. I think I'm being very reasonable. I can't imagine anybody accusing me of being irrational with that sort of policy. I think that is a more than fair policy. Clay, I missed 3 seconds. I don't care. We're not friends. Clay, literally, I was reviving my grandma back to health. I was giving her CPR, so I missed a half a second. I don't care. We're not friends. I don't see anything unreasonable about that position. Clay, I just saved 37 people from a burning building. I was a quarter of a second late. I missed a quarter of a second. We're not friends. I'm not impressed. Again, I am being more than reasonable in my position. Whoa! Thank you, Money Printer FX. Okay, I'm deleting. I gotta just delete that out. When everybody uses the word sweeps, I can't take it. I can't take it. I just need a new policy. If you use sweeps or FVGs, I'm just gonna delete. I'm not gonna ban you, but I'm deleting your message. So I don't have to read such cult-like talk. Why are we not friends when your stream says come hang out? Because you're supposed to hang out every second of the live stream. That's why. I didn't say come hang out for all but 2 seconds. I said come hang out. That means every second you should be here and paying attention. Exactly. If you're going to be saving people from a burning building, bring your phone in. And while you carry them out, be watching the live stream and also commenting at the same time. What is so difficult about that? What is going... What? I'm about to just FOMO just because why not? This thing only goes up. I wanted a FOMO there and there and there and there. Exactly, like Alex says, it's called multitasking. Just multitask. I couldn't be here every second. I was on a date. Well, then we're not friends. If you're picking a beautiful woman over me when I am more beautiful than that woman, that's a poor life decision. This is not complicated logic. I'm sorry, but any woman that stands next to me is now no longer beautiful. I am the beautiful one. Okay? I don't know why. Why do I feel like I'm having to reiterate the obvious here? I don't get it. If you can't wear AirPods on your date, but listen to yes, like SM says. There we go. Exactly. This is either I mean this could be really stupid. I'm eyeing this pivot point up here. Is this some sort of short? We'll see. I might take a swing at it from a short side as just is that finally going to be some rejection point? I don't know. Like I said, could be very stupid. But this move here is just getting crazy. This live stream could make for a great conversation. Yeah, exactly. It could. I mean, if you want a great conversation with anybody, just hop on the live stream. Exactly. No, I mean, but I have to be. Who was it earlier? Alex? Somebody was like, or was it Kyle? Somebody said, like the market is just filled with V shapes. I agree. So are we about to be in for the reverse V shape, where something like this happens? Because I'm thinking, okay, if it starts to pull back, I can still play the trend, but at least I'm buying the dip. But is this dip just going to be like the opening part of a V shape plunge back down? I don't know. I mean, think about it. We are trading here with missiles supposedly in the air to a U.S. base. The market's going up. All right, I got some kid duty issues that I gotta be back. Be back in a second. Have you guys fed him lunch yet? Well, I'm kind of shocked that we're not at even higher highs right now. Oh, that was a terrible fill. Holy smokes. Well, that was not good at all. That was an atrocious fill. Let me move it up a little bit more at this point. See if we can get some momentum. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a really good idea. Maybe push him in a stroller. Push him in the stroller. Push him in his stroller. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine too then. Well, I'm just trying to go with the trend here. Trying to give the trend a chance to just keep playing out like it's been doing. Nice job, brother Free. That really was a bad fill. I'm just trying to trust the trend. Come on, push some more. Oh, there we go. I think I got some big slippage in my favor on that one. Yeah, I think I got slippage in my favor. So that was good. Hit my profit target. Hey, trade futures, maybe tomorrow you will finally give us a trade plan. I've only been asking you for like 10 days straight now. Maybe tomorrow is the day. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, brother. But good job on hitting your target. Maybe one day we'll actually get to see the insights of your strategy and see how it actually works. Yeah, 2 days. 2 days is too many. Like, how can it even be 2 days? Come on, man. You behave like I'm asking for something like epically difficult. So the fact it's been 2 days when it's not epically difficult, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. Like, I'm not asking for your social security number and your PIN number. Some nice hammers here on the ES. Well, I'm glad I trusted the trend enough to get me out, but that was still a little disappointing to see this now. We'll see if it wants to try to curl itself back around. It's very hard to explain feelings. No, it's not. That's why I'm asking for the numbers. There's no better way to express a feeling than just to give us the numbers. Entry point, stop, loss, and target. That's it. That way you don't have to express a feeling. You just express the number. What's your social and mother's maiden name? Yeah. And where did you go to, what school did you go to in 3rd grade? Oh, yeah. Yeah, make a first car. Yeah. exactly. Tempted to try another little scalp right there, but I don't know. No, you gave a partial trade if I remember right. I do remember you saying you were like long, but we were just saying we need all 3 data points. Gotta take this phone call. Oh, did I miss it? Come on. Doggone it. Sitting right at IBH. All right. I'm going to try it. Just put my stop down here. I would like to think I can get that quick little basic scalp. Nope, never mind. I would have been in. Yeah, all right, this is not the market for those sorts of little movements. Iran told the U.S. it was going to. Is that true, Judd? What's your source on that, Judd? Please don't tell me Bill Bob's blog of current news. Billy Bob's Oh, Bloomberg too? All right, all right. So they just flat out gave us a heads up, huh? So I think it's aligning somewhat with what I was speculating earlier, that they're just doing it to kind of save face with their own people, but also letting us know, or letting the people know. I mean, Iran notified Qatar to minimize. Okay, all right, Quran. Yep, all right. So, oh boy, this is looking like quite the spicy short here. Like, look at the 5 minute here. on the tip. What? Or not? That fast? I was going to show you these upper wicks, but all of a sudden that one just shot up. Oh, look where it got rejected. Right at that pivot point. Right at that level that I was talking about earlier. That I was thinking about. Oh my goodness. The power of charts. Crazy. For those of you that have been here for a while, hopefully you remember me talking about that pivot point. And you can't see it now because the white line, which maps the high of the day, is right over top of it. Because the high of the day was literally that pivot point. They also matched the missile count which was used by U.S. I don't know about that. Didn't the U.S. launch a lot more missiles than 6? Wasn't there like 30 Tomahawks or something like that? Nothing like trying to live stream. Be back in a live stream. Stay at home dad. So I'll be back in a second. Joy? Okay, what do you need from Joy? Just a minute. What's that? Okay, I'll let Faye know. Faye is out. She tried him earlier and he didn't want to eat. And now she's outside of Jet, and I think just keeping him happy outside. Okay. Okay, well, I'll let. Controlled chaos. Controlled chaos. I'm not talking about my trading right now. I'm talking about trying to manage. I think there's 4. That's probably not very good. Let me think. Let me think. Who's here? 4 kids are here. 4 of the 6 are here right now. If you're new to the live stream, I have 6 kids. So I'm trying to, today my wife, a couple of them had a dentist appointment. So I'm trying to kind of keep an eye on them. Our oldest is here, so she's a help, but also our 2 youngest are here. So it's controlled chaos. So you can apparently live stream, trade, watch kids all at the same time. Kind of. In theory. When I went out there, I did not see any threats. My youngest was just playing with a machete in matches, but besides that, looked very, everything seemed safe to me. You tell me how that's relevant to anything trade futures, and maybe I'll answer. I'm very curious how that is relevant in any way, shape, or form. I'm not saying I won't answer, but I'm just curious. Again, yeah, okay. So how's when I got what's the relevance? Alan, hello. Thank you for saying stay-at-home dad and not babysitting the kids. I want... babysitting... What's wrong with saying you're babysitting your kids? I don't know if I've ever said it, but I'm curious. What's wrong with that? Okay, fair enough. No relevance other than just being curious. Okay. Kid management. They're your own kids. Yeah, I'm still not sure I'm making this the connection. I don't know. What's the definition of babysitting? Maybe that's the departure here. Baby setting definition. Look after a child or children when the parents are out. So okay, so I think your problem would be, well, if the parents are gone, then that's what makes it babysitting. But if you are one of the parents, well then that's not actually okay. I think that's what you're saying. To care for children, usually during a short absence of the parents. Okay, I see. Okay, I can see where you're coming from, though. Definitionally speaking, babysitting means the parents are gone. So therefore, if you're one of the parents, then you shouldn't actually be saying you're babysitting because you're not, because you're actually one of the parents and you're therefore not gone. So, all right, I can see that then. Makes sense. Makes sense. Did I answer? I got married when I was... Wait. Trade futures, are you still here? I think because they're yours. Yeah, yep. Was that really that tough a question? Yeah, it was a very tough question. Because I didn't know what the definition of babysitting was, Lawrence. Lawrence, we can't all be as smart as you, Lawrence. Maybe one day we can all be as smart as Lawrence and know the definition of every single thing out there. Sorry, Lawrence. I'll do better next time, Lawrence. I was 22 when I got married. My wife was 21, which was the best business. Which, if you can pull this off, fellas, pull it off. I had about 8 months because I still had 1 year left of college when we got married, and my wife had a 2-year degree, so she went to work. I'm telling you right now, the sugar mama lifestyle is the lifestyle. If you can pull off getting yourself a sugar mama, do it. That was the best 8 months of my life. I would go to class, come back, trade, do my book business, while my sugar mama was bringing in that cash. So, that is my life hack. If you can pull it off, get yourself a sugar mama. Why are you so angry at Lawrence? Why do you think that I'm so angry at Lawrence? Why do you have a lack of sarcasm detection, Mojo? You can always tell who has never ever played a sport in their life. Apparently I was yelling at Lawrence. Some people, well, I guess it makes sense. Like when people are asked where I'm from, I'm like, oh, I'm in Iowa, but Iowa is terrible. You know, the traffic is really bad. It's just corn. The people are mean. People are just like, what? No, traffic in Iowa isn't bad. It's just like, oh. I'm like, oh, go move to LA, move to Miami. There's no traffic there. All the traffic is in Iowa. And then people show up and some people, they just don't get sarcasm. They just don't get it. But the fact that Lawrence thought I was yelling at him, it's just like, oh boy. Yeah. Judd has met me in person. I'm definitely meaner in person. That's for sure. Yes, that is true. I'm even meaner in person. I will fight you. Yes. Yep. I will fight you for sure. Yep. It's my tone. Yes, exactly. I thought it was a sarcastic tone, but I guess not. I guess not. How do you analyze the daily bias? I really don't ever have a daily bias. I try to avoid that. Now, in some unique situations, maybe I'll have a bias, but normally I'm not. I don't like to do that because then I have a bias, and then the chart's telling me something different. But because I have this bias, I don't listen to the chart. We can hang out whenever you visit Cali. All right, good to know. I know Kung Fu. Sage, I'm going to stop anticipating the market and trying to predict. So far, it's going up. The insane. Yeah. I try to. I don't really try to predict. I mean, yes, there's always a predict aspect, but not really from a bias standpoint. I much more to prefer just to react to things. Never played sports. The use of irony to mock or. Well, yeah, Lawrence. No, I'm not trying to mock. I'm trying to. My guess is you've never played sports. Like if you thought I was yelling or angry or whatever, Lawrence, then I'm not quite sure what to tell you. Like my guess would be you've never played sports. If you thought that what I was saying was like yelling at you if I was angry. What's the chart telling me? To talk to Lawrence. That's what it's telling me right now. Don't do anything here. Go talk to Lawrence. That's what it's telling me right now, Mojo. The entire state of Iowa only has 3.2 million people. There's many people on the... No, Drew P. That's not true. Iowa has so many people. There's traffic everywhere you go. Move anywhere but Iowa. Is there a pivot point indicator to use? Yeah, you can add in pivots if you want. It was not... Okay. All right. Well... I mean, it was sarcasm, Lawrence, but if you think that I was actually upset or angry, then yeah, you have every right to think that. Chill, what that is. Why not just calculate using the form? Why not just, that must be in something. There's something else that he's responding to. Why not just calculate using the formula? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that is in reference to. Chili with that is. Sage Man is from Brazil. Cool. Hi, Clay. After activating Tradovate, do I also need Ninja Trader and Rhythmic Trader? Is there a but? No, you do not need Ninja Trader or Rhythmic Trader. Tradovate is his own little thing, Darwin. Maybe this will help you out. Where's Darwin? There we go. Check this out. That might be able to help you out, kind of get things set up. We had our honeymoon in Miami and then went down to the Keys. We had a flat tire on the rental and it was rush hour. Oh my goodness. That just reading that makes me stress out. I was in Miami once and yeah. Traffic's not for me. I'll just put it that way. Being in a rental with a flat tire during rush hour while raining, definitely not for me. But Mojo, props to you for still being alive. Props to you. That sounds just hideous. We'll see if this wants to try to maybe curl back up and pop through this area right here. So looking to get long at the green line. Looks like bull flag setting up. Yeah, I smell what you're stepping in, Dave. Dave Pastor. No, Lawrence, that's not true. Iowa is 50th for driver. Iowa for best. No. Iowa ranks 50th for worst drivers. We're the worst. Drivers in Iowa are terrible. The people are mean. There's traffic everywhere. All I'm saying is if you're looking for a new place to move, Iowa is not it. I hear Florida is great. Colorado is great. New York is, I hear Chicago's great. I hear Texas is great. Iowa, not great. It's just one big cornfield with a bunch of people that create traffic with terrible drivers. Just stay away from Iowa. That's all I'm saying. It's just not worth it. All right, let's see if we can get the push up through here. Trying to get long. I am long. Going to put my stop right there. So I'm looking for this thing to either get moving or I want out. Put a couple profit targets out there in case it does want to spike. Austin. No, I hear Austin's beautiful. I hear Austin is amazing. Joe Rogan moved there, so it must be awesome. What state are you, Clay? I'm in Iowa. That's how I can say all this stuff about Iowa. Don't move here. I live here. It's terrible. There's no good scenery. It's just corn. Traffic is very terrible. All the drivers are bad. There's homeless people everywhere you look. Oil. What will happen to oil prices, you think? They will go up if this drama continues to unfold. Come on. So close to my first target. A little bit more of a push. Oh, come on. Just hit me. Fill me. How am I not getting filled? There we go. Thank you. So I'll put my stop basically at break even. Could still be a losing trade. But we'll see if it wants to push up some more. So worst case scenario, I think would be a very, very, very tiny losing trade. Worst case scenario. Actually, let's now move this up. Let's get this in green territory. So this will now officially be a winning trade no matter what. My only stress right now is I don't know how big of a winning trade it'll be because I don't know how high up this thing wants to move. So that's a great spot to be in. The sweet spot of trading. Where you don't know how much you're going to make because you have no idea how much in your favor the price is going to go. No, come back up. Come back. No, stopped out. All right. Well, I was in the trade and maybe make way more than that, but it came back down and took me out. Is homeless problem worse than... Oh, yeah. There's homeless everywhere in Iowa. Everywhere. Drugs. All I'm saying is don't move to Iowa. That's all I'm saying. It's terrible here. That's all I'm saying. No, see, Lawrence, you were supposed to read between lines. Obviously, Lawrence, you don't know everything. Obviously, that would be the case. So for me to make such a claim about Lawrence, sorry, we don't know everything like you. Sorry, we're not as smart as like that was supposed to be the point of how it was sarcasm. Because clearly, Lawrence, I don't actually think that you know everything because nobody knows everything. So that's how you were supposed to know it was sarcasm, Lawrence. But good, I'm glad we can each give one another our opinions on what sarcasm is. So I thank you for your thoughts on sarcasm. I will consider those thoughts. I hope you do the same for me. Houston does... No, I hear Houston's beautiful. Poston Mortars. Oh, good old Poston. That seems like so long ago now. Houston homeless is bad, but not... When did you move out of Michigan? Last August. So we're coming up on a year here now in Iowa, which is crazy. Time flies. It's crazy. USA bases being bombed and NQ. Well, Dave, Pastor, according to some here, Iran told the United States, gave them a heads up. So like the United States knew it was coming. So I think it's what we concluded earlier. Iran's just doing this stuff to kind of save face in front of their own people. Like, yeah, we gave it to the Americans, but they were telling the Americans, hey, we're going to do this just because, but heads up. So it seems like that's what's going on. Hey, Doc, good to see you. Loyalist. No, Clay knows everything. That's true. I do know everything. That part is true. We going long here? I don't know, Doc. I'm waiting for you to tell me what to do. I thought I was wrong once, but Curtis, I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken. Cheers. Houston in summer is not a good idea. Oh, I hear there's no humidity in Houston. That's what I heard. Once again, right off of that pivot point up there. How many total accounts do you, I don't know how many total accounts I have. I know I have lots of past accounts sitting there wait to be activated, but I do not know that off the top of my head. Several, though, for sure. I think you said there's a limit. There's a limit to how many pro accounts you can have. You can have only 5 pro accounts active at once, but you can keep passing accounts in the background, and you can do that in an unlimited way. So that's the distinction. Pro accounts, only 5 active at once. But the nice thing, and what I've been doing and continue to do, is I like to pass accounts. That way, if I get a pro account roasted, I'm not sitting there like, oh, now I got to go 5 days. No, I already have one that I can plug in right away and just keep moving with things. So you can do that in an unlimited way, and there's no monthly fee to store those past accounts. The only monthly fees are accounts during the test phase, which is why I say make sure you pass them within a month, and then, yeah, they can just sit there at no extra charge. Come down to Costa Rica. You'd love it here. I hear Costa Rica is beautiful. Another good place to move to. Lawrence doesn't like monkeys. If you do not like monkeys, then yeah, probably Costa Rica. Well, I guess no. I have no idea. Are there monkeys in Costa Rica? There must be. I think you do have to take just short with getting such a tight stop loss. I am, yeah. I'm gonna go sell there. Stop right there. Risk a little over $100 on it. We'll see what happens. Monkeys steal your food. Bunch of bandits. Nephew was feeding him. Eee. I hear Iran is getting a makeover and will be beautiful. I saw one meme out there. It was like Trump is building a golf course in Iran. He's already completed the first 3 holes or something like that. Again, looking to get short at the red line. Stop is at the green. 5 minutes looking pretty interesting too. Not only do we have the high of day up here, it's hard to see. I was talking about it earlier, but there's a dotted brown line, which is the pivot point. So in other words, basically the high of the day is right at that pivot point. So that's where I'm going to give a short a try. No guarantees it works, but hey, that's the point of a stop loss. But step 1 of that is definitely seeing if the price can even get back up to that red line right there. Now below the 30 EMA. What is below the 30 EMA? You got to specify your time frame, my friend. 30 EMA on the hourly chart, the daily chart, the 2-minute chart, the 1-minute chart. I mean, some people here even use, I don't know about here, but I've heard some people using the 15-second chart. The 1 minute. Okay, gotcha. Not a big user of a 1-minute chart. Doesn't mean that it's wrong, but I'm just saying I'm not a big user of it. I think it goes up. I think if it goes up, it's going to break that zone pretty explosive. I could see that. I just noticed, are these colors the Iranian flag right here? This is Iran's colors, isn't it right here? Whoops. I think that's Iran's colors. It's weird what your eyes start to see depending on the news headlines and news situations, but I think I'm looking at Iran colors. This is the Iran setup, I guess. The Iranian short. That's what we're calling it, the Iranian short. Red line is my entry. White line is just the high of the day. Green line is my stop. Okay, yeah, it is green, white, and red. All right, we'll call it the Iranian short. Explosive. Yeah. Dave, well played. All right. Back on kid duty here. Why is he not in bed? What? He doesn't what? Put him in his bed and leave him there. He can cry as much as he wants. Still not in? Come on, man. Tragic Caesar, hello. Let's see if you getting nuke. What? Have a good one, Lawrence. Hope to see you back again. Thanks for the questions. That was all good stuff. Wait, was Lawrence? You have a good day. It was so great chatting with you. I really appreciate your great sense of humor. Okay, so he's saying I don't have a sense of humor then. Clay, my screen looks different than yours. Is it because I'm on a demo? I have no idea, Tragic Caesar. I have no idea. You can set up your screen to look however you want it. So, but yeah, I don't know. Good question, Sports and Guide. You can go over it. There's no point in going over it. You should get as close to it on the nose as possible. But yeah, it's not like you don't have to hit it directly on the nose. If anything, I almost want to get long now. So I gave that thing plenty of time to film. He never did. So never mind on that one. I'm on the NQ 2-minute screen. Yeah, I don't know what you're really saying. Maybe this will help you out. You can set it up to look like mine. Tragic Caesar, there you go. Well, just kind of sideways. Hard to see, but yes, the white line is the high of day, but behind there is that pivot point. So it's a double whammy right now. It's it's the high of day resistance and just happens to now be that pivot point. So kind of just waiting to see if the price does want to get back up there. You saw I had the short out there. I left the computer for a couple moments to help lay my son down for his nap. Came back, still was not filled. So it's nice to see this rolling over, but again, I was right from a general sense. Hey, it's looking like the price might want to pull back. But notice, being right from the general sense is not good enough because, well, I was incorrect on the actual entry point. So that's why you got to be very careful with broad statement trading, because it's easy to look at something and say, well, I think that's all going to happen, and oh yeah, see, that's what happened, therefore I'm right. No, not quite how it works. You got to get the minor details right also. All right, I'm going to turn on my fan. I'm getting hot in here. So let me know, though, if it all of a sudden becomes obnoxious as far as the mic is concerned. In the past, people have said it hasn't really changed anything, but hopefully that remains the case here. Does it still sound all right to everybody? Again, audio-wise, is it still sounding okay? Can't hear the fan. All right, that's good news. You sound the same to me. All right. Okay, Kyle can feel the breeze, but I don't think he can hear the breeze, which is good. Okay, well, I'm not hearing anybody saying, what just happened to your mic, so I'll assume that everything is just fine. Yeah, that's the one thing that I've learned is some people just don't pick up on sarcasm, like, at all. That's okay. That's okay. I'll accept some responsibility. Maybe I don't make things as sarcastic as what I think they are. Let that red one... Let's bring that red one to green. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Let's bring that red one to green. To get long here or not, is it going to actually get pushed through of the trend line here? Yes, Matt, I am very sarcastic. You didn't know that, Matt? That's good irony there. You're sarcastic, Clay? I just don't see it. Sarcasm, that's like the movie Inception, where there's dreams within dreams. Matt just went like Inception on us with the comment. Sarcasm within sarcasm. Kids are the best, though. My kids don't get sarcasm at all. Your account is negative. Let's bring it back to green. No, it's not negative. It's red. Or, I mean, it's green. This is the same account, David Godin. Same account. These are my NQ. Ooh. Same account. These are my NQ trades. These are my MNQ trades. So this is the trades I've made on NQ today. That one is what I made on MNQ. Therefore, this account is green. Oh, look at this. And you got the 21 EMA right here. Look how tight this little wedge is. Sound effects happen. Or are helpful. Do you trade the break? If it comes back down here, finds support, and then goes back up, I will take it. I will take it. I want to see it come back down, though. Nope, you're a sweet angel. I am. In the arms of an angel, fly away. Is that how that one goes? I don't know if that really came down as much as I wanted to see it come down. Let me see if we have any new news updates. Iran right now. Wait, Israel striking Iran right now. Wait, oil down 7%? Huh? Okay, so that... Oh boy. Yeah, this is crude. Big old bearish engulfing. All right. So yeah, something's going on where the markets are like, okay, things are calming down. Even though people are still bombing each other, things are calming down. Kyle. Yeah, that tells me that things are calming down for sure. If oil is down that much. A lot of people got wrecked by oil. Yeah. Let's what's the 5 minute? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look at this thing. I mean, I'm hindsight trading right now, but you can totally see people may buying that breakout, feeling great, and then thinking, no, let's play the double bottom off of here, right? It's already bounced once. Let's try the double bottom right there. Whoosh. Again, all hindsight trading here, but look at that. What a beautiful, like my face, bear flag pattern. Boom. Yeah, if you got long bias today in oil, you had a very, very bad afternoon. Can you place stop loss orders on Tradeovate? Oh, yeah. Watch this. So let's say I want to buy here. I can buy, and then down here, boom, sell 5 stop, just like that. So green order is my buy, red order is my stop loss. So yeah, you can definitely do. Look at this trend line, little nasty bugger. Nasty bugger here on the trend line. Uh-oh, down through the 21 EMA. Is this the leading indicator of more sell side pressure to come? No, purple is a 50. Pink is a 200. I don't know if that's a long there or not. Stopped out. Good discipline, Matt. Can't get them all. Nothing but respect, though. Thanks for sharing your trade ahead of time. Nothing but respect. Pink, purple, I can see how those ones get. Am I shorting? Alan, I'm doing nothing. If I were doing something, one of these numbers down here would be fluctuating around. Or this what you see right here when you see net POS. POS stands for position. And notice how there's zeros there, meaning I have no positions right now. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid to still be enthralled by that trend line. But the trend line is still whispering to my ear. It's whispering, don't forget about me. I'm the dynamite mark. I don't know, Alan. I'm still deciding, dude. I don't know, bro. I'm just watching, man. Now, that was sarcasm for everybody, just in case you didn't realize. I'm just goofing around. I'm just goofing, man. Mo is going short. Okay. Where's your stop loss at, Mo? Mo says short. Fine. Where's your entry point and stop loss, Mo? Just above the high. Well, the high is 22,091. So what's your stop loss actually at, Mo? Define just above. The best way to define just above is just to give us a number. Because just above for one person might be 2 points. Just above another person might be 4 points. Just above is a broad statement. We're trying to avoid those. That way, 95. All right, there we go. Now you know for sure. No games can be played like, oh yeah, how convenient that just above just happened to keep you in the trade by a point. But now you know, Mo. I got in my short too early. -3 at 22,041. 22,041. So you got in short like way over here? Is that what you're saying? Have you been sitting through all this? Am I understanding that right? You got short like way back here? Stop loss somewhere to the right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Good on you for the patience. Hopefully you get paid here. Man, how many points were you risking? Seems like a big risk. For you to be able to survive all that? I guess I don't know your trade plan fully, so I'm just speculating. Just checking the news again. We got anything spicy? Iran targets U.S. airbase in Qatar. Iran retaliates with attack on U.S. base. Missiles intercepted over Qatar. That's the thing, is nobody knows. Somebody's like, oh, they're these hypersonic ones. I don't think you're gonna intercept those hypersonic things. I didn't even know Iran has hypersonic missiles. But that was my point. It's like, okay, they shot 6. You would think that American can shoot down 6 missiles. So this all just seems to still be smoke and mirrors by Iran so they can save face. Russia warns Trump administration. All right. I'm still watching that trend line. Let's see what happens. Gonna watch that trend line very closely. Is that your thought, Fairchild, or is that just, did you copy and paste that from somewhere? I don't know. Oh, no. That's what I'm hearing on a few news services. Gotcha. Yeah, that seems like, I think what I've tried to at least been communicating in terms of my thoughts. I still haven't seen any of the news that said Iran gave the United States a heads up, but I can't say that I have the perfect news sources over here either. With the oil just cratering, that seems like a pretty telltale sign of what the smart money, the big money's thinking about all this. I don't know. There's something, my spidey instincts could very well be wrong, but this just seems like the backside of the move. So I'm no longer, I've been contemplating buying that trend line, but I just can't do it. Hindsight will be my judge. Hindsight will make me look either wise or very stupid, but I don't know. This just seems like more of a backside, not something I'm looking to try to play from the long side. Bear flag forming? No, I don't see any bear flags. I mean, maybe like in a very short-term manner, but I mean, this is a pretty bullish environment still. So with that being said, if I am believing that this is some sort of backside to the move, maybe that is a worthwhile trend line to keep an eye on. Let's see how this wants to play out. Let's all short oil. Go for it. All in. Short oil. Seems like a no-brainer. Guaranteed profit. Hey, what happened to that guy that was here that said he won 10 out of every 11 trades? What happened to him? Who was here for that guy when he showed up and he said, all you got to do is play news? Because out of every 11 news releases, 10 of them will go up. Was anybody here for that guy? It's weird. Like, once you start to get near the 4-hour mark, like, the people from the beginning of the live stream, it feels like it was like another time, another place, a whole another day. Like, in my mind, I'm wondering, was that actually today? That seems so long ago. Does anybody remember that guy? Or am I just imagining this? He's bankrupt. The risk reward was like 50 to 1. Thank you, Travis. Travis is a genuine friend. But you do remember that guy, Travis? Like, there was a guy that said trading is easy because out of every 11 news releases, 10 of them go up. Like, he said that, right? Okay, all right. So I'm not crazy. I wonder where did he go? Watching this wedge, like I said, I don't trust it right now to the upside. I remember oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he made 30 and then he was up 150, but he's only been trading for 5 months. Yeah. He's still holding that 11th trade. That's what I should have pressed him on. Like, okay, so like how do you manage the 11th one where it doesn't go up? Like, does that destroy everything? But yeah, that's probably how it works. He's just still holding that 11th one and hoping that it works out. I don't know. Do we get another push to the upside? That is the question. No, I got to stay with my original thesis. I'm just my spidey senses. I'm just not going to trust it. But hindsight will have to be the judge. And if I look stupid, then so be it. Won't be the first time on the live stream. Won't be the last. But yes, I'm not going to buy that trend line. I just don't have the confidence in it. You know, and the lesson here, just to really reiterate, the power of risk management. Yes, I was up, like $1,800, something like that on the day. I FOMO'd in a very poor way, somewhere down around here on the short side. Idiot. got aggressive. But the one thing I did do right, was I didn't say screw it. I didn't say anything like that. I was like, okay, just cut the loss. And I don't know, the loss somewhere right around here, give or take a little bit. And then that move there would have absolutely destroyed my account. Account gone, as it was, just that was a big move up. And even if that one would have just been cruel, it would have gotten my hopes up and then crushed me regardless. But I at least cut the loss. It was rough. It sent me from up $1,800 to being red. But now when I look at things, am I up $1,800? I'm not. I'm up basically $1,000 when you factor in commissions, because I did at least manage risk. Very, very poor discipline to FOMO in the way that I did. But at least I didn't say screw it, go big or go home. And now all those feelings have moved on, so I'm not like upset about that. In fact, that feels like a whole nother day at this point. So it's amazing how just don't act right away on those immediate emotions. Give them a chance, they'll go away. And now, like I said, not as good of a day as it was, but I still have the account. I've recovered some of the losses. I'm now up $900. So yeah, sure, disappointing that I did that, gave back where I was, but I'm feeling fine about things now, and it's good to still have the account and be up. So at the end of the day, if you do one dumb thing, and I'm not perfect at this at all, but if you do one dumb thing, like those of you that were on the live stream the entire time witnessed, do your best. Don't let that one dumb thing compound into another dumb thing, and then another dumb thing, and then before you know it, you're all in, and it's either I get out of this trade in the green or this account is roasted. So do your best to not do dumb things. Like I need to do better if I'm going to FOMO, do it the wise way. But if you do something dumb, again, much easier said than done. But don't let a dumb thing compound into another dumb thing, right? A snowball, right? Don't let the dumb snowball go against you and get really big. Because if you just cut it at the dumb thing and leave it be, you give yourself a chance. And right now, like I said, back in the green here, and I realize this doesn't all make a whole lot of sense from an educational standpoint unless you were here during me doing that dumb thing, but if you were here and you've kind of been with me for the past however long that's been now, hour and a half ago, the rest has kind of played itself out and hopefully illustrated a good real life learning example here. I'm trying to think, what would this saying be? It's okay to be dumb, just don't get dumber. But I mean, that's not true. It's not really, maybe dumb happens, but don't get dumber. I don't know. I'll have to think about a phrase to encapsulate what I'm trying to illustrate there. Because I don't want to make it seem like it's okay to be dumb, because it's not. But still, dumbness does happen. So when it does happen, like I said, you don't want it to escalate out of control. I do dumb things like DC into a losing trade. Yeah, I've been there too. There's that trend line holding strong, the power of charts. If you've been watching, you know I've not adjusted that trend line at all, and right there, bounced right off of it. I don't know, is this a long, if it can come up through here? The 5 minutes looking a little bit healthier now. Just sitting down here at this support, really just a question of does this support generate a bounce back to the upside? Decisions. Eating is for sucker. Yeah. I'm on a fast. I don't eat until dinner tonight. I ain't got time for breakfast. I don't got time for lunch. Where we're at time-wise. All right. Watching 45, 401 for on the 5 minutes of short. All right, he's still. Yeah, I really just don't have a whole. Like I said, my premise is this is all the backside of the move. So I should be bearish biased, and I am bearish biased, but not with any sort of like authority. Yeah, that's right. Pay me to eat. Exactly. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Today's such a weird day. I mean, it's been like this already ever since Iran and Israel started, but now the U.S., it's just like at any point, does Trump tweet, does something happen that just ba-boom, ba-boom. Which is why, again, as I've said many times, this is the environment where I think you are a crazy person if you're not using a prop firm. Because all it takes is for one thing to spike, and then your stop loss gets a bunch of slippage. Whew. I FOMO this morning as well, shorted NVIDIA. Sold a bit early, so bought it back. Got toasted hards. Elijah, man, why are you day trading stocks? As a former stock day trader, have you ever considered day trading futures, Elijah? Again, this is coming from somebody that has day traded stocks for, I mean, over a decade, and is now no longer doing so. So what attracts you to stock trading? Why stock trading? Have you ever considered futures? This wedge, just tread line. I don't think I can trust it. Is anybody here going to play the tread line break? Does anybody here think that I'm missing something and you would say I disagree? I do like that as a break to the upside. Yeah, I got to just stick with it. Got to just stick with it. No long. Want to see. Heard of futures, just have never took some time to learn them. You're operating under a false premise, Elijah. Because you already use charts to trade stocks, right? Is that true, Elijah? When you're day trading stocks, you're using charts to make that decision? Is that true, Elijah? Correct. Okay, well then you 97% already understand how to trade futures. Because futures are just charts. So if you already use charts, which you do, then you are 97% of the way there to understanding futures. In other words, there's very little you need to learn. Now, you do have that final 3% that I'll teach you right now. And same to anybody that is here, if you are in the category of, man, I'm really liking these futures. I really like Pam's plant. I can see the value of day trading futures through a prop firm. But yeah, as Elijah said, but I don't know if I have the time to take to learn how to trade futures. Where do I learn to trade futures? I don't know if I feel like learning how to trade something totally new. Again, that is a false lens. Because if you already use charts, you're 97% of the way there. So if you fit that description, I'm going to teach you the final 3%. So here we go, Elijah. Here's the final 3%. If you look at this distance from here up to here, from 22,000 up to 22,040, that is a difference of, well, 40. 40 what? Well, in futures, things are calculated in points. So the big question, the main question, Elijah and anybody else, is you got to ask this question. How much is 1 point worth? So whatever contract you're looking at, just how much is 1 point worth? So we'll do just this through the NQ. On the NQ, 1 point equals $20. Okay? 1 point is worth $20. So let's say this. Let's say that a trader buys right here and then they sells up here. So in other words, they make 40 points on the trade. And this is all per contract. So per contract. So they say, hey, Elijah, man, I had one NQ contract and I just made 40 points on it. How many dollars and cents did they make? Again, if 1 point is worth $20 and they say they just made 40 points, how much is that worth? Again, question open to anybody that is maybe thinking that futures is like really complicated or that you got to learn a bunch of new stuff. Not true. Again, if you use charts, you're already 97% of the way there. Right now, I'm going over the final 3% to teach you. So again, trader says, I had an NQ contract and I just made 40 points on it. How much did they make? Dollars and cents. Liverpool, this is not for you. You already understand futures. Same with K-Storm, who's just being goofy. Elijah, where are you? I'm trying to help you out, brother. You got to respond, though. There he is. Exactly. $800. Exactly. So now, okay, Elijah, you are 99% of the way there. Here's the final 1%. Now this same situation, but this trader says, hey, I had 3 contracts of the NQ and I made 40 points. How much did that person make? Again, I had 3 contracts of NQ and I made 40 points. How much did that person make? Right, as we continue. Doing some education, waiting for this to play out. Yes, sir. I already know you understand this. I'm asking a very unique set of people. I'm trying to prove to the people that are maybe intimidated by futures. But don't give the answer away, because then maybe you just polluted their answer. Exactly. There you go, Elijah, Chris. Good job. $2,400, right? Because if the 800 was per contract, and then I said they had 3, 800 times 3, 2,400. There you go, Elijah. You now know how to trade futures, because that's how it works. And the cool thing here is that, well, let me ask you this, Elijah. When you go and buy NVIDIA, how many shares did you buy? Okay, 50 shares of NVIDIA. Cool. Okay. Let's look at NVIDIA. Whoops. Let's look at NVIDIA real quick. And I want to show you how you're just being very inefficient with your capital. Again, day trading futures through a prop firm known as Pam's Plant is an argument of efficiency. So you said you traded NVIDIA with 50 shares. NVDA. Okay. So let's see. Let's just call it $140, give or take. So they cost $140 per share, and you had 50 times 50. So you needed $7,000. So $7,000 was required, and let's just say that NVIDIA explodes and gives you $5 per share. So like, which would be a very big explosion, right? Because from 142 all the way up here, that's only $3 per share, that distance right here. Big old distance, but only $3 per share. So let's just say you made $5 per share, though. So that's a really big move for NVIDIA. So if you had 50 shares and you made $5 per share, well, that's $250. So you needed $7,000 for $250, okay? Well, let's take a look over here now at futures. So we just did this, but let's take a very small distance. From here to here is 20 points. You now know that 1 point is worth $20. So per contract, this little distance here was $400. So that little distance has already given you more than what NVIDIA did. But you still do have a kind of something right now where you're like, well, wait a second, but how much money is required? Because to be fair right now, maybe in order to make $400 on that little distance right there, maybe might require $50,000. Because remember, in your case, you needed $7,000 to make the $250. And again, that $250 came from me just assuming big, huge explosion. But okay, well, how much would be required in order to get access to that $400? Well, assuming you use Pam's Plant, again, day trading futures through a prop firm, this prop firm right here that I'm using, that I recommend, you could get yourself $25K in purchasing power for $105. So what does that $105 get you? Well, it gets you at $25K in purchasing power. How much does $25K in purchasing power get you? It would allow you to buy up to 3 of those contracts. So the number here that was for the $400, right? Because 20 points, and if each one is worth $20, that's $400. But that's per contract. The $105, you could have gotten 3 contracts. So in all actuality, we would multiply this by 3, and right there, you're at $1,200 that you could have made. So think about from an efficiency standpoint. You would need $7,000 in order to make $250 on NVIDIA, assuming NVIDIA made that big old $5 per share move. Or here on futures with the prop firm, for $105, you would have needed a very small move, and you could have made $1,200. So that is what I mean when I say that Pam's Plant when it comes to day trading stocks, makes no mathematical sense. Right there. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody here, but this is why I say when it comes to day trading, again, the argument is not you can't make money day trading options. You can't make money day trading stocks. That's not the argument. The argument is you're being inefficient. And right there you see just the inefficiency of the capital required. Really? $7,000 to make $250. And that $250, like I said, that would have depended on NVIDIA making a boom, $5 per share. So hopefully that makes sense, Elijah, on why I would say that, and not to mention, I'm telling you, day trade futures makes day trading stocks look like paint drying. Playing with paper trading on TW today, officially did a small long on Coinbase for a very small win. Yeah, Chris, I would not, again, like I was just telling, hopefully, Chris, you listen to everything I just told Elijah. Day trading stocks makes no sense. Very inefficient. The best thing about futures is you don't need to scan. Exactly. Yep, that's one of the big reasons of Pam's plant, too. That's very nice. Stop scanning. You don't have to go there and find the new hot stock. What's the news? No, you just trade the same thing every single day because every single day the same thing gives you multiple opportunities. Is there still commission to be paid? Yeah, there's a little bit of commission, but let me put it this way. Commissions is not a good, and I'm not saying this is your argument per se, Elijah, but I've had a couple people say, well, no, I'm not going to do futures because I have a commission-free stockbroker. I'm telling you, that is just not good reasoning. Commissions are very minimal compared to the gains that can be made. Again, Elijah, I'm not saying that's what you're making the argument of, but yes, there's commissions that you have to pay. They are essentially irrelevant compared to the potential profits and such. Hey, Clay, I'm checking out the take profit. My platform says CQG. Will I have to chance to select Tradovate later? Yeah. Yeah, Alan Vogel, when you go through this checkout process, again, step one is select the purchasing power you want, and then they'll ask you what platform. So yeah, CQG feed, you will just select that one, Tradovate. JM, and in the example, 30 points down with 3. Correct, JM, yes. Yep, that is exactly why I say the argument, the strategy is not Pam's. The strategy, what I'm conveying here, is not to go and use, what was I going to say here? I'm not saying to just do Pam's, right? No. Don't just go and do Pam's, which means just do futures with your own money. Because of this right here. Because of how they move, you, especially as a beginner, I mean, your account, your thousands of dollars could be, boop, gone just like that. But that is why the prop firm, why it's Pam's plant, not just Pam's. Do not, I repeat, do not just go and do Pam's. It's Pam's plant. Because with the prop firm, you have that built-in, risk buffer because you have very little money of yours actually at risk. So it's a great way to protect your own money. So, yeah, be very, very careful with, understanding what the strategy actually is. What happened to your losing trade on the prop? Well, on the prop firm, if you violate the rules, so for example, if you're doing a 50K purchasing power, they don't want you losing 2,000. So if you lose 2,000, they will take the account away from you. Now, the nice thing is you didn't lose $2,000 out of your pocket. You just lost the account. So therefore, the only money you actually lost was whatever you paid for the account. And in this situation, $119. Now, you can't always go back and try again. That's known as a reset. So when you go back and reset it, you don't have to even pay $119 again. The reset fee is for $100. There you go. Yeah, okay. Yep, exactly, Elijah. That is the consequences. You just lose your account. Yeah, exactly. What JM says is commissions is just, I mean, I don't want to say irrelevant because, yeah, no, that's a fair question to ask if there's commissions. So it's not totally irrelevant, but they're not enough for it to be like some sort of reason to make or break one direction or another. Well, I suppose I should have went with my bearish instinct and get short, but even that. Nice job, Labrador. Labrador actually went short. I got a little distracted, but that was okay. That was a good conversation. Very, very important distinction. And I don't know how much money you have, Elijah, but in the world of stocks and options, The problem is because of the pattern day trading rule, unless you have $25,000, you don't have unlimited day trades every day. But because of futures and the future world about the pattern day trading rule, and there is none, like I said, you could literally become a day trader defined as having unlimited day trades every day for just that $105. Because that $105 is the minimum that you would need in order to get the 25K in purchasing power. So you could today literally become a day trader for $105, which is crazy. Because I remember when I got started, that's how I ended up in garbage penny stocks. I didn't have $25,000, so I had to try to say, well, how am I going to grow this money? I guess I got to try penny stocks. So that in of itself, I think for a lot of people should be the convincing thing. Wait, what? I don't need to have $25,000 in order to be a day trader? Lonnie has, I got 50K play. Nice, nice. Okay, Lonnie, like just now or when? I'm asking just because, have you made any future or trades with futures yet? But when did you get the account? And thank you for using code Clay. Much appreciated. Sunday. Okay. Next question. Have you ever day traded futures before? If not, what did you used to day trade? So I trade with a smaller account, 3,000. Yeah, that's even crazier. Think about that. You're using margin, so you're leveraging that 3,000. So that 3,000 could go poof, just like that. But like 3,000, you could buy yourself so many accounts with $3,000. I mean, yeah, Elijah, I'm telling you, Pam's Plant, you are why I do the live stream. For people that are not aware of this, they're out there using their capital very inefficiently, taking on a lot of risk. Like I said, $3,000 leveraged. I mean, all it takes is one bad day, one rule break, one tilt session, and that $3,000, I mean, could very well be gone, if not severely diminished. But a tilt session in prop firms, yeah, not good, but you just lose the account, which means you're out a couple $100 at most. Yes, I made a couple. Okay, so you never day traded anything else, Lonnie? What I wanted to ask you is, what do you think of day trading futures compared to the other thing that you used to trade? But it sounds like because you're brand new, you've never traded anything other than futures, which is fine. It just doesn't. I can't really ask that question. Labradabra, again, for the sake of simplicity, don't talk about other prop firms. I don't want it to be overwhelming to people. My general assumption is that there are new people that have never heard of Pam's Plant. So I want to make this a very smooth transition. And a way to make it not smooth is, hey, day trade futures through a prop firm and then throw like 7 different prop firms at them. That's a very quick way to overwhelm somebody. But if we just say, hey, take Profit Trader, because I believe that they are the best in the industry, clean set of rules, best payment policy, to me, nobody's being overwhelmed. Futures way better. I did binary, but oh yeah, binary options, yikes. So there we go. Lonnie is our newest, coming over from binary options, and I quote, futures are way better. Very good. Just another question. If I were to blow up the accounts, are you able to open? Yeah, that's what I mean. So let's just look at it like this. Let's say you go with 150K in purchasing power. So 150K in purchasing power costs you 252. Let's say you blow the account, blow up the account. So they take it away from you. You can get it back, not for 252 anymore, because the reset fee is $100 across the board. So yes, you can try again. You can get the account back, however that makes sense in your mind. But when you quote unquote get it back, when you reset the account with Take Profit Trader, it is no longer $252. It would then be only $100. Holy volatility. Am I missing something? Oh, ew. 35. Okay. All right. I'm not going to lie. I thought it'd be maybe a little bit bigger when I saw Judd and Nass say that, but not bad. That's not a bad move at all. In fact, that's actually a really impressive move when you think about 35. Yeah, that was almost 35 points there. But with some of these other moves, my framework is kind of diminished. Not my framework. Yeah, like my baseline. Like that it's pretty volatile when you look at a candle that made a 35-point move in 2 minutes and you're like, that was okay. Does that all that make sense, Elijah? I'm telling you, dude. You start trading futures, you're going to be like, man, I can't believe I was ever day trading stocks. But again, it's got to be futures through the prop firm. And then that $3,000, you can get a whole lot of bang for your buck on that thing. Because if he's got $3,000, and then if he just goes, let's just say, you know, divided by 100, because for all the resets, I mean, that's 30 accounts he could reset and buy. That's a lot. That is a lot of accounts. Hello, Clay. I've been on Robinhood for quite some time. I was wondering how I transfer. Yeah, well, you'd want to go through a prop firm. You don't want to trade futures with your own money. The key, as I've been just explaining, is you want to do day trading futures through a prop firm. So the way that you could do it, and what I would recommend and what I do, is if you just use the link at the top, we'll take you to this site, Take Profit Trader, and then you just select what sort of purchasing power you want. And then during the checkout phase, so you'll select the purchasing power, then they'll say, okay, well, what platform do you want to use? The one that I'm using that you see on the screen is Tradovate. So that is kind of how you go about it. How do I transfer to a futures account? You don't necessarily transfer. You just buy a prop firm account, which is what, like I said, what I'm doing. So there is no transferring. You'll use a credit card or PayPal or whatever. So like I said, if you want $50K in purchasing power, you'll pay with your credit card, PayPal, whatever, $119, and then boom, you'll have an account. And then you can start day trading futures and then start to ideally pass the test, move to the pro accounts, and then the pro accounts start to get payouts, which, if you have not watched this video, I'd say make sure to watch it. I think it gives a good perspective on things. I released it yesterday. Again, the title is, I don't want to say deceiving because it's not deceiving, but it'll make sense. Just watch the video if you haven't. I think that's really does a good job of illustrating the power of prop firms, but also just kind of hopefully making sure your mind doesn't get corrupted by stuff. But yeah, if you do Pam's Plant, Crunchy Munches, and you go through the prop firm, make sure you use code Clay, because code Clay ensures that you get not only this part right here, the 30% off, but then also prop firms have something, across the board. Well, not across the board, but where once you pass the test and move into the pro account, this phase right here has something that most call an activation fee. And Take Profit Trader normally is $130 activation fee. So you're activating your pro account. But if you use code Clay, not only do you get the 30% off, but that also goes to $0. So yeah, code Clay gives you is a good promotion. And like I said, it's a way to support the channel too. JM, aren't you? I thought you were a longtime viewer here. Do I have you confused, JM, with somebody else? Clay, I have one more question. To get your math to work for mean you help me with a little bit. What? How does the prop firm make money? By people failing the test, by people showing up acting like degenerates. Because again, you buy an account, right? So you pay the accounts, and then if you fail, well, then you can try again. But, if you approach this and don't know what you're doing, they'll make money off that. Hey, Ernest, good to see you. Oh, I must have you okay, JM, sorry. I think there's another JM that I must have you confused with. That I'm like, why? You should know the answer to all this. Oh, I missed $100 if I fail the test. Well, yeah, if you fail the test, they will take the account away from you. So, for example, if you go with the 100K purchasing power and you fail the test because you go lose 3,000, then they will take the account away from you. Meaning, you don't lose $3,000 of your money. You did lose $231. If you want to try again, then that would be $100. So that's how they're making money. I haven't had to pay for market data with other props. No, you do not have to pay for market data, Diggs. This fee right here, when you buy the account, so in this situation, 100K purchasing power account, that 231, that includes the live data. Yeah, like Dan is telling you. Exactly. It's included with the account. Yep. Did you log in with the information that Take Profit Trader created for you? Take Profit Trader will create an account for you, and then they'll send you login information. Did you use that information to log in? Okay, well, I'm not quite. You'll want to reach out to them then, because yeah, you should not have to pay for the data, like Dan said, and yeah, that's just there is certainly no data fee for that. Well, let me ask: when you signed in, what did you click on? Did you click on? I can't remember, but like simulation. Did you click on simulation when you logged in, and then you logged into Tradeovate? What did you click on that screen? Yes, what? Yeah, Demetrius, maybe too. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so maybe wait for a bit, then log. Yeah, have you tried just logging out and back in? If that doesn't work, then you'll have to reach out to him. But yes, do not go and pay for market data. That is not needed. I've had people ask that before, and then they're like, "Oh, it works now." So I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, just you do not need to pay for market data. That part is for sure. All right. Well, I am going to go ahead and call it good for the day. We're over 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours. So again, for you prop firm traders out there, whether in I'll let you decide what category you're in as a prop firm trader. But even if you're an advanced trader, I've been trading for 20 years, but you're new to prop firms, you are a beginner in terms of prop firm trading. So make sure if you're in that category, start off with Take Profit Trader. But if you're more of an intermediate advanced and you already use Apex and you're just saying, hey, Clay, do you have any codes for Apex? I'd love to support the live stream, support the channel. Then yes, I do have a code with Apex also. That is code Clay. So make sure to check those out. And like I said, by using the code, I mean, it's a win-win for everybody. I get a slice of the pie. You get the good promotion. And not to mention, you get to enter into the worlds of Pam's plant, which is a good thing. But that's all I have. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern at the very latest. Usually I show up a little early, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications so that you are made aware of when I do go live. But yes, appreciate it all. Thank you for hanging out. And good live stream, fun one. And for those of you that, well, like I said, hopefully I'll see you back tomorrow. And if you're new, it was great to have you. And hopefully I'll see you again on future live streams. But everybody take care. Have a good rest of your day.